the Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double edge.
In this video we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight off.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.
B3, A5. What do you think about this opening? Honestly, what do you think?
You don't have to play knight c3. We can actually put a piece on d2, which is better because then we avoid the potential doubling of our c-pawns.
What you have to understand about practical endgames as a whole is that just like in the middle game or the opening, you cannot rely solely on these general considerations.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former world chess champion.
We're starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Now anyone can learn and improve their chess skills with the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. The Magnus Trainer app is packed with fun mini-games and interactive training content. Playable anytime, anywhere. Get the Magnus Trainer, available in the App Store and Google Play.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing, I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger, remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly logically off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted, and they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1E4 based on 1E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecco and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
The Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double edge.
In this video we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight off.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.
Hi everybody, it's round number 9 of the FIDE Candidates Tournament, and it's the big one. Fabiano Caruana faces Jan Nepomniachtchi with the white pieces. Fabiano is 1 point behind Nepomniachtchi, the sole tournament leader, and of course he needs a win to catch up. Judit, Polgar, what's going to happen?
Hi, welcome everybody. We are round 9. How interesting it is. And things can really turn around today, don't you think so? With our key game of Fabiano against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Let's see if it was a good decision by Jan yesterday not to play practically, but going for the draw, because there could be another strategy of him that practically Ding is having one of the worst tournament ever, I guess. So he could have another strategy to give all in and wants to win and increase his number of places in the tournament. At the same time, he was happy to make a solid draw with the white pieces and go and prepare and get ready for today's game. But of course, Fabi, after his very difficult last 2 round games, though he won in round 7, a very important game against Rajabov, yesterday he lost an incredibly important game against Nakamura. For different reasons, it was a huge game with very difficult moments for Fabiano and very little hope towards the end to save the game, and he couldn't. So, but obviously I think Fabiano, he wants blood today.
Well, he needs to gamble, increase his chances for first dramatically by winning today. The question is if he has anything left in the tank, and not just in the tank, but also in the opening file. Because I'm assuming he's going to play e4. Nepomniachtchi will play the Petrov. And as it goes in the Petrov, if you don't have anything to show, the game can fizzle out quickly. But usually Fabiano's preparation has been great. I'm very curious what he has in store.
At the same time, Jan's preparation is very good and great, and he can reflect on new ideas, new moves, unexpected situations pretty well. But he makes mistakes. I mean, he did mistake against Nakamura. He did mistake against Fabiano when he played with the white pieces. So his games are not those where he's not giving chances to the opponent. So if he plays the same way as he played until now, it can happen that even in a more solid position like in the Petrov, he will give some opportunity. But of course, if a player like Nepomniachtchi decides that he wants to draw with black, it will be extremely tough to challenge him and unbalance him from that mindset.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Nepomniachtchi would be fine with a draw. Let's see how it plays out. Let's do a very quick round of predictions as the games are about to begin. Alireza Rapport, I will say, you're not going to like it, but I'll say 1-0.
Oh my God. You didn't say draw? Well, no. Rapport wins.
Okay. Rajabov Nakamura, I'll say draw.
Black wins.
Caruana Nepomniachtchi.
Draw.
The head says draw, but the excitement says 1-0. So I'll go with 1-0.
I also say 1-0, but it will be a draw.
Yeah, I agree. Ding versus Duda, I'll say 1-0. It's about time for Ding. Duda looked shaken from yesterday.
Okay, I say Duda wins. Let's confront with you on that one.
Oof, you're picking 3 black wins again. You're out for a lot of drama today. Let us see.
But I think Nakamura is in really great shape, especially after yesterday's game. I mean, he plays very much under control, I believe.
Sure, but it was white yesterday against Rajabov with black. I don't see it happening, but I could be wrong. He plays 1 e4, Rajabov. It's already a sign that Rajabov does not want to play it super solid in some queen c2 Nimzo. What else do we have? We have the Petrov on the board in Caruana Nepomniachtchi. Both guys had this as their main weapon in their respective World Championship matches. So it's 2 giant specialists here. Very curious where Caruana goes. Knight f3, knight takes e4. Will he play knight c3? Will he play d4?
Well, it just occurred to me that if, let's say, Magnus really going to not only say, but it will be an action that he's not going to be defending his title. and these two players will be playing the World Championship match, it means
Petrov every game.
we're going to see quite some Petrov.
Nah, Fabi tends to come with surprises. He hasn't played the Petrov here. But
He
yeah,
always
it would
comes
be.
with surprises, so I can't wait where he will show his home prep.
First question is, what will Nepomniachtchi do? With knight c6 or bishop d6? He's played both in the tournament already. My guess is bishop d6. I think that's his more
Yeah, bishop
trustworthy
d6,
line.
me too. He definitely wants to go for the safest possible position.
Let's see. Thinking about it, and yeah, bishop d6 on the board.
Well, I think the main idea, what can be the strategy of Fabiano? Somehow to get, first of all, this is not a surprise, right?
No.
So this he knows exactly which position will happen after move 15, I think. He simply knows it. It was standing on his computer most likely, or there is a very good chance. So how can he make a position where it can be a little bit unpleasant and a long game?
Let's see. c4, the main move here. Knight c3 exists, rook e1, but c4 by far the main move, and it's on the board. Trying to undermine this knight. c6 will be played. And here we saw queen b3 from Rapport. I think it's a safe bet. That one won't happen. So knight
It
c3,
is so interesting,
rook e1,
you know,
queen c2.
that I've seen the interview after Rapport lost against Nepomniachtchi, queen b3, bishop g4, that line, right? What we've seen there. And well, he was really frustrated. He didn't understand himself at all what has happened to him and why did he made this whole thing. And but why was he going into that line, right? This is, how is that possible that something like this happens? And really the players are so well prepared and using all those preparation what Jan had for the World Championship match, right? So what we are going to be seeing here now, it probably will be also something he prepared against Magnus.
For sure. So far, it's something he played against Magnus. Rook e1, bishop f5, queen b3, and here queen d7 or knight to a6 are the main moves. And yeah, I'm assuming he will play queen d7. Let me fire up my database. So
oh yeah, there is a line with knight a6 here. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's the old line.
At some point, knight c3, knight c5, and then maybe that's the kind of thing he might be looking for. But of course, queen d7.
No, they stopped playing knight a6. Yeah, queen d7 will happen.
Yes, it is already on the board.
Queen d7. And here, well, this is also the position that Magnus decided to test in the match where knight c3 was played. Knight takes, bishop f5, queen f5, b takes c. And some long forcing lines where, well, we were hoping to ask a bit of a question, but Nepomniachtchi had all the answers. It's hard to do anything. The game went something like this here. All of this was still very much expected from both
takes
sides.
and rook c8, right?
Takes a5, and here the
Knight
quote idea was knight h4, which is rare and not the first line by the computer. But Nepomniachtchi knew even this pretty well. So it's not easy to test him here. And Fabi goes for the direct knight h4, which is very, very rare. Only been played once in the game Rosman against Belshak. Rosman is 1700, Belshak is 1653. So it's a new move at the highest of levels.
You saw reaction on the face of Nepomniachtchi, like usual, like, what is this? Like immediately reacted, showed to everybody that he's surprised and what is this? How can this be serious? At the same time, obviously he knows exactly that when Fabi does something, he's serious about it, right?
No one more serious than Fabi. And yeah,
Especially
we knew a
in this
surprise
game.
would hit. It's again knight h4, but a very different knight h4 from Magnus's. So let's try to figure out what he wants.
It's interesting. How can Jan stay so calm and split apart every single game, because somehow I don't feel on him that he's nervous. And when he says it in his interviews that I'm looking for the next game and I'm focusing on the next game, somehow I have the feeling that he really does. And somehow he can eliminate all this back noise that obviously for most of us would have. I mean, it's such a pressure and tension, right? That you're getting from day to day, closer and closer again to potentially really being the challenger again.
Yeah, we'll see. He hasn't lost a game yet. His track record is if things go wrong on these longer events, then the pressure can very much get to him and he can start blitzing and do all the bad habit things. But so far, he's been doing well, with the one exception against Nakamura, where he played these two rash moves, Queen E4 and Queen G4, but wasn't punished for it. Let's see how it goes today. Knight H4, what could Black do? Could take the pawn, or could move the bishop. I guess takes, and F3 is sort of a threat, or the direct F3 maybe?
Well, maybe direct F3, because after Knight F5, Queen F5, F3, Queen H5. At the same time, we shouldn't forget that the B7 pawn is also under attack after taking.
So let's look at some moves.
Okay, let's say B6. Let's look at B6, okay? Just to try to understand what is really White's idea, right? So can White really go Knight F5, Queen F5, F3, Queen H5? Or immediately F3? Yeah, Queen H5. It seems not so promising for White, I believe. I don't know if, I mean, H3 is not something I'd like to play.
No.
So, okay, let's say B6, F3 immediately. It doesn't look good for Black at this point. Though I have ideas, for example, can Black go Knight G3?
Yep.
So let's say it takes.
Takes what? Here?
H3, Bishop D3, Queen D3, Bishop G3, Knight F5. Can we do something like that? Knight F5, Bishop E1.
Doesn't look like it works for White now.
No, I think it's okay for Black. Okay. So after Knight G3, hold on. Knight G3, Knight F5, Knight F5, and the D4 is hanging.
Yeah, here F3 isn't helping our position very much, is it?
Okay, so after B6, which is not necessarily the best move, I just wanted to play a move and try to understand what's the idea behind the Knight H4.
I just go here now.
But you know, well, Knight C3 is possible, but also I thought, what if just simplifying Knight F5, Queen F5, Bishop E4 takes, and Knight C3 or Queen C2? Can White just win the pawn right here, right now? And Queen C2.
No, Queen H5.
Queen H5, H3, F5.
Yeah, might still be better for White, but doesn't look like the maximum. Sure.
Okay, let's go back. Knight C3, you said. There is a funny line, if Rook E8. Well, maybe we can go F3 immediately, but I thought to go Knight F5, Queen F5, Knight E4, D4, F3. With this pin everywhere. Queen H5, H3.
Yeah, that looks better for white. I have a feeling b6 is probably not the way
Okay,
to
so
go.
what
We just
about
looked
knight
at for
a6? What about knight a6? Can like do that? Or you, yeah.
I just grab.
Grab, yeah.
Grab.
Knight b4.
Maybe c5 first to be annoying.
Interesting. For example, Kasparov was not so good, I think, in reacting when they surprised him.
It's because he wasn't used to it, no? If you're used to it, you're better at it. But if you're the one doing the surprising, you hate it when they surprise you, no? Did you manage to surprise Gary once in a while?
Sorry?
Did you surprise him once in a while? How did he look?
Well, I surprised him when I chose the knight of knight g4, playing his own weapon against him. I think he was surprised and he was not happy.
And you can probably tell by his face when he's not happy with how things are going, right?
Well, actually, in this case, it was, I could also say by his moves that he didn't show anything.
Yeah. So you think...
But it's also interesting that, for example, again, I remember when I was a kid and I was looking Kasparov's game, you could find quite a few games that people lost in a way that people would not lose against other strong grandmasters the same way. Somehow he was sitting there and you felt that the opponent was hypnotized. And actually, I feel the same thing here with Nepo in some games. I mean, how is it possible that Rapport really knew that things are not really good? He just goes on, right?
Yeah, he wanted to look like a fighter, no? You could see him wrestling there. I don't know if it's Nepomniachtchi's magic, but
no,
it
because
could be.
Nepo does not have this magic. I don't see him, but in some of the games, I feel that people go nuts against him.
Yeah, could be. No, I agree. He's gotten.
It was the same, for example, I think Wang was also losing this endgame in the previous candidates for absolutely no reason, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes he gets presents.
But you make your luck. He also gave a lot of presents in the
Yes.
World Championship match there. He was very generous. So I think it goes both ways.
Yes.
If your opponent is stronger, you're more likely to do something bad. Bishop e6 was played.
Wow. And queen c2.
Queen c2 blitzed out. Fabi obviously not surprised by bishop e6.
Fabi walking.
So the knight is here, which is stupid, but Black no longer has bishop f5 to control.
But maybe the idea is that Black will have to play f5. And it's not that it's so fantastic for white, but maybe that those structures are something that Nepo is not playing usually. Though I don't know if after f5, f3.
Can't move. Time to be brave. Maybe too brave.
And after takes on e4, what do you want? Knight b4 first?
I'm not sure where this is going. I wanted this, but I'm a piece down.
Well, maybe f takes e4 after queen e2. And then bishop c2, bishop g4.
Yeah, not so clear, is it?
It's not so perfect for white.
Well, white can always go a3 after knight a6 if it bogs him. Also after f3.
It's always a question whether are we really threatening to take that knight.
We can also target the knight on the rim. This looks nice.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Knight f5.
Takes.
Takes, queen d4. Oops. That's nasty. So maybe
f3
after
is a bit much.
Yeah, maybe f3 is much, and he will really eventually come back knight f3.
Yeah,
knight
c3. And then for this structure, okay, the knight is stupid, but the black pieces are also a bit clumsy. You know, the other knight wants to go to d7 and f6, the bishop on e6. Okay, it's standing a little in the way. If we try to fix it, then knight f3 or g3, I don't know. But this looks very acceptable for white.
Knight d7?
Yeah.
That's a good question. What is that after knight f3, knight d7, rook e8, queen f7, queen h5?
Yeah, I'm wondering if I can do better than knight f3, but I'm not sure. Let's say g3.
Knight d7. Well,
hoping for some tricks. Does this work? I guess not. Don't quite believe it. Nah, bishop f5 and queen f7.
Rook f5?
Yeah, I don't really think it works.
Queen f7?
Yeah. No, it's a bit much. So how do we get here? Knight, queen c2, f5, knight c3, queen e7, g3, knight d7. Then hope for the best. Takes f3, you take here. What is this?
I don't know if it works. Takes, knight f5, rook f5, rook e6.
Piece up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there is going to be a huge battle today between Fabi and Napo.
Also, once again, because I know how tough this is. Good stuff by Fabi, finding yet another fresh position to play, surprising his opponent in a line that Nepomniachtchi must have checked excessively. He always delivers. Queen d7, knight h4, bishop e6, queen c2, and Nepomniachtchi's out of book. He has to make decisions here. Very impressed by Nakamura's preparation, as usual.
Yes.
He could go knight a6 possibly. I'm not sure if white really wants to take, but then a3, and I'm not sure this knight is doing.
Yeah, the question is whether is it worth with gaining a tempo with knight a6, but then I mean the only square you will be able to go is knight c7, or you want to do something in order to bring the knight to d7, where it stands much better, and queen c7 kind of thing, right?
Yes, knight a6 is tempting, but it might be misleading.
Yeah, but you know, if he has to, Jan has to make all these decisions during the game and figure out to f5, knight a6, queen c7, all these things, it's gonna be a tough work in office today for him.
But he's a quick decider. He just played knight a6 after only
And it goes by intuition as well, right?
Yeah, I think when informed, but also in general, he just likes to play quickly, trusts himself. Goes knight a6, Fabi blitzes out a3, stopping all kinds of knight b4. And now what's the move? Rook here.
So let's see what he wants.
Actually, white doesn't have to do anything too crazy, no? Just knight c3 is unpleasant. And
I don't see how black can avoid playing f5.
so let's say here, still knight c3.
Mm-hmm.
Sooner or later, we have to go f5. How about now? Maybe there's cd, bishop b5 stuff. Not the end.
Is it not the end?
Might be the end.
And after takes on e8, bishop h2. Well, looks better.
It's bad for black. Stupid knight on a6.
No, I'm not saying it's easy, but it looks better for white.
I agree. So maybe the direct f5 instead of rook a8. Knight a6, he's already played.
So what was after f3?
Not sure. Is bishop e7 still possible?
That is also possible, and also d takes c4 and stuff. Yeah. No, this I don't like.
I thought it just goes here. Now DC is a bit annoying.
Takes knight e4, but it doesn't seem to be a big deal for white. Okay, the only thing is that knight g5 comes with some power.
Yeah, that doesn't look great for white, does it? Maybe move by move. It sort of works.
Bishop g5.
Yeah.
Rook e8.
No clue what we've got here. Let's back up. So a3, f5. If I want to avoid dc4, I have to take here.
Well, we can
Opens
also
the
close
c5.
the position by playing c5.
Yeah. Do we want to?
I'm not sure, but to open up the position, it's also...
No, I just want to go knight c3 without being bothered. c5, I don't know. Maybe it's
The knight
here,
f3.
here.
Knight c3. Bishop f4. Isn't it just a beautiful position for white?
Could be. Yeah, maybe. To go g5. Okay, bishop e7 might have been the wrong way. So here. Not very friendly to my
No,
knight
to
on
your
a6,
knight.
but what to do?
Knight c3.
Rook or
Haha! You got the virus.
play the marshal.
Of g5. Knight f3.
Ale.
Yeah, interesting.
Doesn't look bad. I have no idea what happens, but the knight has to go back. Already all kinds of moves.
Well, bishop d8 and bishop f6, kind of.
Yeah. 95 would take.
I couldn't take the pawn right after g5 to grab on bishop e4 and take on g5. It does not feel good.
It looked like my pieces are nice, but
Not your a6 knight, though.
that's true.
But
That's
your
too far away.
bishops, indeed. Hard to imagine that it's not winning for black, no? Queen g7. And if bishop comes back, bishop d8 already wins.
Yeah, it feels
a2 only.
good. It is annoying though.
Well, it's definitely scary from this side, playing it with white.
Even GH. But no, this looks right. TE was also there. So many options. Yeah, I don't see anything direct other than it looking nice. Can't just take. More on Brent trying to be a pawn up, not a pawn down. Looks like black should be okay now.
Yeah, actually, I don't want to allow this g5 thing to.
Yeah.
So after f5, I should come up with something else.
And f5 is on the board. Nepomniachtchi taking his decisions quickly. I don't think Fabi will be out of book just yet. Question is, does he have? Because I don't think he's going to win here. By preparation, he might get a better position, but he's not just going to win the game.
It's more a matter of what kind of structure they are going to be playing. And that mentally, Fabi is ready to play this incredibly messy position, which obviously Jan will have to make many decisions.
C takes d5 plate.
Wow.
Probably means he wants to prepare knight c3 without being bothered by this dc. And yeah, Fabi's still playing quickly. While Jan thinks about his move, let's stop ignoring the other games. Of course, this is the big one. Caruana and Nepomniachtchi. But we have 3 other games.
Yes.
Alireza, Rapport, Slow Berlin.
But as far as I see, people slowed down in their openings. Symmetrical things are happening. Okay, this
people
one
are tired. They need a rest day. No, but also I think the players that aren't playing for first anymore, they don't really see the value in gambling, playing sharp positions every game. And they're saying, okay, here's a Berlin. Not that Richard isn't always capable of playing the Berlin, but he played a bunch of Sicilians the first couple of games.
Well, yeah, he wanted to play sharper games, I guess.
Yeah.
Or simply this was his mood, that this is what he wanted to do. And now goes back to the calmer directions.
Yeah, this is a very quiet line.
How much
especially
Ali
as
Reza
fast as-
was pushing it last round, right?
He
Pretty
did try.
balanced position, and he was pushing, pushing, pushing. And he even created something. He blundered, but
Yeah, it looks like Ali Reza also adjusted his strategy a bit. Now with white, he's not trying to surprise anymore, get some crazy stuff. But instead, he's back to playing e4, bring the bishop out, playing some structures with d3, c3, just as against Rajabov, probably where he feels more at home without all these opening battles that he's had. Because this line is not supposed to be exactly crushing from white's point of view. Rajabov Nakamura. That one, unsurprisingly, is also Berlin, because Hikaru always plays the Berlin. d3, bishop c5. No one castles anymore, yeah? Castles 94, it's just impossible.
yeah, it's just going into this endgame, which nobody likes. Everybody
No.
believes that if black understands it and plays different lines there, right? Then,
Yeah, but Rookie 1 was also a big fashion for a while, but I think
95,
at
you
this
mean?
level. No, I mean Rookie 1.
Yeah,
At this level, that it's also not
also no big deal.
promising enough. Although it might come back, but it's curious that I think in every game we've seen in this tournament so far in the Berlin.
Yeah, because
or
probably
D3 as we played.
after D3, there are much more ways to develop the game than there, because the two central pawns are disappearing after castle.
Yeah, of course.
While. So the clash starts faster, but not very promising for white regarding having gaining advantage.
d3, bishop c5 played, and Rajao goes for c3. We've seen all the moves here. Bishop c6, we've seen short castles, knight bd2. They've tried all the options already in this tournament. So it's not like white has one clear option. It's just that, yeah, your hopes to surprise are a little better. d5, this is an attempt to solve problems directly. Of course, nothing wrong with d6 the old way, but d5, very direct move. White chooses between e d5 and knight bd2, typically after knight bd2. It's all theory. I'm not very booked up here. I think you can go a5 directly. Nakamura goes de and then a5. Typically, when given a choice, you don't want to release the tension just yet here. It looks harmless for black, but this knight on c6 is always misplaced. And after de, it's normally a little easier to play with white. But clearly, he's still in his prep. He wants to go for something very specific.
Actually, Nakamura's prep is also quite convincing. He was
Yeah,
giving...
I think we disagree there. I think with white, it's very convincing. With black, I think it's too narrow, but we've had this debate plenty. Like it applies to Ding to some extent as well.
No, but I mean, with white, for example, his game against Ding, he had great preparation until move 20-something. Then yesterday with white against Fabiano, he prepared all this because the day before he was looking like 2 hours of preparing against Open Spanish. So he has somehow also a good feeling what the opponent will be playing, which is also very important skill to be able to sense what your opponent, which direction he wants to go.
Yeah, no, like I said, I think it's completely different with white and black.
Yes.
With black, it's him getting ambushed because he always plays exactly the same. And there it doesn't help. But with white, he has very pointed preparation that often hits. Let's see if he gets ambushed today.
So what he played? A5?
Took directly. I think a5 is more common. I'm just checking the database here. Takes, and now a5.
Isn't it a very strange move?
a5?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit weird. I know it was all the rage without this takes a5, queen c2, queen e7. Just the usual. Engines like a5, stopping b4, grabbing space. Sometimes knight a7 was a move. But I'm a bit confused by the move order. So queen c2, queen e7. A4. Rajaw's still playing very quickly, so he probably knows this. They're still following Carlsen versus Kramnik. Kramnik went A4, knight B8. But Nakamura goes knight A7. Knight goes back. Move repetition offer. But Rajawov declines politely. Goes knight to B3. Trying to make sense of this.
Interesting that he goes to A7, not to B6 to keep that square for the knight.
Yeah, knight B3 seems to be a rare move, which Rajawov still play quickly, but it's not common. Knight C4 much more usual there via different move order. And after knight B3, I'm also confused. My instinct would be very much to put the bishop here, then here. He stays on the diagonal.
Of course, he goes back bishop B5.
And now bishop B5 is touching some pawns. Yeah, that's the position. Nakamura taking time here, and yeah, he's black today, so he's the side
Does he want to
getting
go
ambushed.
G4?
Can you do that?
Knight FD2 or? I mean, I don't know. I like these powerful bishop on A7.
I like having all the stuff defended. Now I'm worried, but maybe it's time for activity. I don't know. Let me be brave.
Okay. I think I take it back. Ah, you just grabbed that.
See how it goes.
Bishop F3. Queen E6.
Guessing Queen H3 is a threat, so I'll continue my bravery until I'm checkmated.
Knight H5. E4. Well, I'm not happy with the white's king structure. F5. Ah, but then
Five? No. Queen B3. You're not allowing me that. I was bracing for King H8.
no, I go Queen G6 check first. What would be your next move, by the way, if I don't play F5, but I go Rook A D8 or something?
Don't know. Maybe B5 now that the knight
Bishop
is
E3 also.
good to go. I guess B5 after A8 specifically. Dreaming of pawn to C5, but that's not happening. So.
No. I don't play Rook D8. I go Rook Queen E6 back, and Queen H3 I want to have, of course.
Draw offer.
Well, what can I say? I mean, look at your pawn structure on your king side.
I'm a pawn up. That's all that matters to me.
I understand. I'm happy for you.
But seriously, how bad is the attack? Queen h3,
I'm not
I'll go queen e2.
promoting draws too much, but I know that it's an existing result. And the rapport also learned it, that sometimes it's a
Yeah.
better result.
Richie learned it the hard way in this tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I take white, but I'll also get checkmated. So there's good and bad here.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting whether really black can offer this pawn
Yeah,
for the double pawn.
should be 3 or queen a2 or whatever. Let's see how Hikaru decides. Could be a principal move though, like because it's clumsy to play. I don't know. So move like bishop b6, then knight f2.
Well, okay, but you
knight
cannot
c4.
play bishop b6. You just went bishop a7.
I understand, but the pawn.
Sorry?
But the pawn is hanging.
Yes, but why didn't you go bishop b6 in the previous move then?
I agree with that. I wanted to go here to have everything protected, but he didn't do it.
But
Now
if
he
you
has
want
deal
to
with
be
it.
staying on that diagonal, a7, g1, then why don't you go bishop b6?
Yeah, I think you're always worried about knight ft2, knight c4 to some extent.
Mm-hmm.
But why not here?
Yeah.
So it could very well be that this bishop g4 is critical. And Rajawov, he also doesn't like to get attacked, but he probably does like pawns. So
No, that's true, that he's not going to be feeling comfortable if there is some bishop f3 happening.
no, he's
But look how much time Hikaru thought up to now.
half an hour.
Well, more than half an hour, 35 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see Ding's game.
Come on, Ding. Do something. Another boring position.
But he
Can't
has
just exchange all
he
the
has a
pieces.
beautiful position.
Let's hope so. So what was the opening? Check this line, queen c2. This line is tricky. It's very easy for black to mix up the move order. I usually do, because it's always against d3, you go bishop d6, and against, I don't know, knight c3, you go queen c7, and against castles, you go b6. It's all very confusing. Looks like Duda got ambushed. He took a lot of time, and Ding is still blitzing.
I like this tripling on the d file a lot.
If rook fd8 will be hard to
And don't
get out of
forget
it.
that Duda just lost 2 games in a row. Didn't he? He lost against Rapport yesterday.
Yeah.
And before that, well, he lost against Napo. Did he make any draw in between? What was it?
My memory is bad. I think it was one draw in between, yeah, against Hikaru in round 7, and in round 6 he lost in Ibonushi, yeah, but half out of 3 with the white draw.
Yeah, it's not a
between.
nice feeling. Out of the last 3 games, he lost 2, right?
Yeah. And you could see he was shaken yesterday. He had a good position against Rapport, and then he took the strange decision, knight d5, went on to lose.
Very strange decision, but look at this, what Ding says. I want to exchange queens and I want to play the end game.
Love it. Queen f4, gf.
He wants to go gf, you think?
Yeah, keep the d
Okay,
file.
so let's take on f4. And then knight d5. So why is this so promising for white?
Ding knows. Takes.
Bishop takes.
Play some more boring chess.
No,
b3.
knight e4, knight c3 is one way.
I don't want to go a3. So maybe I have to make a more active move with a heavy heart.
And what if I take on a2? Knight a4.
Now we have some options.
Well, you go knight c6. So what, rook e8? Or rook c6?
Yeah. I wasn't sure if I go knight c6, bishop b7. Nothing here. Looks like there should be something. Rook a1.
Rook a1, knight c3.
Understood.
Rook d2, bishop d5. Or maybe bishop c4.
Yeah, it doesn't look like much if I lose one of these pawns.
No.
So, ding, what is it? Start with b4, but still knight a4. Rook takes can't be the answer either. Has to be queen takes.
What do you think about Kramnik's statement?
What do you state?
You read? I've never seen so many bad games in a top-level tournament, he's quoted. And then it goes on, I'm very interested to know as to why this is. Blunders happen time to time in top-level chess, but in this tournament, they aren't episodic. Kramnik says Kramnik says he thinks there's the amount of unreasonable mistakes in these candidates is stunning.
Strong words.
Yeah, and then he continues, despite Ding Liren's spot as the second highest rated player, White's level of play seemed to be around 2,300. I think his game against Nepomniachtchi round 1.
Mm-hmm. That one, yeah. 2,300 might be harsh, but it was a very bad game. For Ding standards, like that one, I agree with. He made so many mistakes, he wasn't there yet.
And then he continues that my idea is that this new generation of players is strongly influenced by computer style play. They tend to calculate as far as possible and try to force the issue, choosing to not operate with the most general principles and not use their intuition as much. I really do not understand why they keep making these counterintuitive moves that also happen to be obviously bad.
Kramnik is enjoying his new role, no, as elder statesman, saying kids nowadays, they don't understand the good old classics anymore. They just make the computer moves. When did Kramnik ever go to breakfast without his computer running on some position?
And then he's like finishing like, I would probably make the same amount of mistakes if I was playing, but my mistakes would at least be reasonable and explainable.
No, I think he has a point to some extent that the level of play was shaky early on, but I think it's because players were consciously taking risks. Like if we see the Berlin and the Petrov every game, we'll see fewer mistakes because they know their stuff, but they were playing for first and trying to mix it up. I agree that the Ding game, the first game was very bad. But other than that, I thought it was more exciting and entertaining. And it's also
yes,
when people play.
I think the two actually can support each other very well, whether it's entertaining and interesting. It can be even more if you find the mistakes are done, right?
Exactly. And also if you play in a more entertaining style, like that's often the criticism of players like Kasparov. People say, but he made more mistakes than Kramnik. But it's also because he played the King's Indian and the Najdorf. And there you will make more mistakes in these even sharper positions than in the quieter ones. So I think that's maybe what happened a bit to the players here. That Alireza we saw
But that's true. I think that there are quite a few quite serious mistakes, which is strange what we see. Like even yesterday, if we talk about Duda's reaction of knight g5, for example, it's you don't see that or you don't understand it so much. How can this be played?
That's just fatigue, no mental fatigue. I think we have that in every candidate as well, that if things aren't going so well for some of the players, they collapse a little along the way, like we've seen it, I think, in most candidates. But I agree that knight g5 was a very strange move.
Well, okay, there was a blunder.
Here.
There was a blunder in Ali Reza game, blundered the e4 pawn, for example. I mean, material blunders also.
In R7. And yeah, I don't know. I don't want to make excuses for the players. Would be interesting to compare with previous tournaments, like how high the number of pawns lost per move is. But I do think it's mainly because they're trying to play for first and play entertaining chess, which they should be doing.
The question is whether really how much it, because I think it's not only affecting this candidates tournament where the pressure is much higher than in any other big top level tournament. Generally, it's the case that there are more mistakes in the games, which means also that it's more entertaining and the games are more complicated. But
I think there are more mistakes in the games compared to when?
Well, compared to these guys with Kramnik and I mean, I remember some top-level tournaments where they were so stable. Of course, the games were not necessarily so interesting. It was home prep until almost the end, many of the games.
But we should credit the new generation for avoiding that, no, and for looking for ways to play. Like they can also make the.
I think the games simply are much more interesting lately in the last few years, like 2-3 years, than it was, let's say, 10 years ago. When 10 years ago, so many people were saying that, well, chess is kind of dying because everybody knows all the theory. They know what is the best move. They don't take risk and so on. And somehow this generation understands that, yeah, if you're only playing objectively the best way, then nobody will win, right?
No, I think they also understand very clearly if both sides play the computer mainline every game, then it will be a draw. So you need to make something happen. It's not like Fabi doesn't know that knight h4 is not the best, quote unquote, best move in this position. But if he does go for knight c3, takes bc, b6, cd, cd, queen b5, queen d7, a4, takes.
But I also
a5, knight e5. Nepomniachtchi will just keep blitzing out his moves as well, and they will shake hands, even though here it's 0-50 and he didn't make the mistake of knight h4. Like, I don't know. I think we're lucky that they are playing such entertaining chess, and this generation is also a generation of great fighters like Magnus and Caruana, Nakamura, Nepomniachtchi, all these guys. I'm a fan.
Oh, absolutely. I also think that they are by far not so careful players as they were, because they understand simply. But it's interesting that I think also top level players, they say, okay, I have to have an incredible powerful machine. And then everybody's working to get really good machines, right? Cloud, using the cloud engines and so on. And somehow they're building up their self-confidence that they are ready to play the sharpest games. And they say, okay, I'm going to fight. I understand what the computer says as evaluation. I work on it to understand the position as much as possible. So I'm able to play. And with my better understanding than my opponent, I will try to outplay him, right? Like, for example, this game, exactly what is going on between Fabiano and Jan right now, that he goes with this knight h4, and now I just don't understand what's going on. What is going on if bishop h4, let's say, white is just taking g takes f, g takes h, and happily living this position?
I guess so. No, I think you're right. It's, of course, the computers are being used in preparation, but you're trying to create situations that aren't easy to play for the opponent and where he's surprised. And today, I would guess that worked for Fabi. Yesterday, maybe he surprised himself a little, because he was still excellently prepared, but when Hikaru played this move knight g3 that got him out of book, it felt that he wasn't really comfortable in what goes where and why in that position. No? So it's not 100% success rate, but Fabi's preparation, I'm very impressed with.
Yeah, yesterday it was a very unfortunate preparation he had, because actually Nakamura was preparing better for that game.
I don't think so.
But that's what he said, that he was checking those lines of the Open Spanish, and he looked at those. So that's why he was blitzing out the knight g3 and stuff.
Okay, but he also said he mixed up the lines with knight g3, while Fabi blitzed out c5, and knight g3 was a mix-up which turned out well. So I think in a pure, like, who knew more sense, it was still Fabi, but he didn't feel the position. That's maybe what went wrong for him yesterday, or he's just a bit tired and he should have played e4. But no, he said knight g3 was a slip up, and Caruana was blitzing the c5 we were talking about, if bishop g5, c4, and so on. He's clearly done a lot of work for this one. So let's try to figure out what goes on here. As for Kramnik's points, Kramnik is my hero. All of the 90s, I tried to copy Kramnik's style. Where I have the same birthday, June 25th. And all of his openings, like all the d4 stuff. And then later on, the semi-Slav and so on, I've always tried to copy his style. But the statements, I don't know. It's not like he didn't have computers, and it's not like he didn't try to get the best equipment and be extremely well prepared and know everything. In his lines, it's maybe gotten a little more practical, but I think he also did that.
But it's interesting how Kramnik was able to change his style in different periods of time.
For sure, he's one of the greatest opening innovators ever.
In the mid 90s, late 90s, he was clearly playing with white, this very solid positional endgame nuances kind of thing, that playing there for 7 hours. While with black against e4, he was playing the rouser and he was going into the sharpest thing, and also the Slav with black, and he has quite a few games where it was firework, it was energetic play a lot.
That Marin game where he beat Kasparov with black in the semi-Slav, yeah, it's still...
Oh, that was amazing.
Still a classic where he sacrificed a piece. No, I think people really try to emulate Kramnik's style from the 90s. With white, we play one knight f3, we're super solid, we're happy with the small edge. And with black, okay, you can't get a small edge, so you go for complications. You play the semi-Slav, you play the Sveshnikov and so on. But then, of course, 2000 Kramnik emerged, and that was the match player, the guy that dethroned Kasparov, who was a different guy.
What about bishop f6 in this position?
Here.
Yeah, I wonder if white is going to take on e4 already.
Yes, that's the idea.
Yeah, maybe it takes, and if f takes e, bishop a6, right?
Yeah.
Bishop d4, bishop e3. Takes. And what do you do here? Just simply queen a4 or queen d2. No, queen d2, d4.
Why not rook d1?
Yeah, it should be just winning for white. So actually the threat is f takes e4 right now. He played knight d6.
Apologies.
The question is
he goes back.
Whether bishop h4, is it a threat or no? It's a huge question to me. Because first idea would come that knight g2. I just want to bring it back and I relocate it to f4, let's say, and I have a nice position. What about queen e2, by the way? On queen e2, the only move is, well, I don't know if king f7 is the move he's planning.
7.
Knight c7 is possible also, or just to take on h4 and rook e8.
Black's in trouble, no? Fabi's prep has hit again.
But hold on, queen e2.
Yeah.
Bishop h4 is losing because of queen e6.
Yeah.
And the d6 and the h4 is attacked at the same time. So this is an important story. So it's knight. I don't know. Do you think king f7 is a move?
Oof. Only if everything else loses.
Okay, so knight c7.
Yeah. Can actually take.
No, yeah, I thought about that, but I think black has huge compensation with the knight on d5. Takes, takes, takes. I think king f7 now is possible actually. Rook e5 you could go.
Also, but yeah. Yeah, that's even better. Isn't white just much better? It's pawn up.
Well.
So maybe he has to play king f7. h4 doesn't work. Okay, knight 7 we could check further. This knight d5. King f7. Ugh.
You don't like it?
Do you?
No, it's not. It's not a position that give me this position. I want to play it with black.
Yeah.
What an opportunity. Knight g2. Knight f4 is threat immediately. You're gonna go g5 or what's going on here?
f6 maybe. Do we need knight?
Bishop f4.
Yeah. Because I don't think this is a threat.
Yes, yeah, probably he doesn't want to take because GH, which is a very interesting concept. That's not a threat. Actually, in this position, knight b5 can be a threat also, which could
I would also think about it even directly.
Move knight b5.
Yeah. So we can't take.
Well, if takes, I think white has huge advantage.
Yeah, just wins.
Takes, queen d6, bishop f4, knight f5. I mean.
No, so a move like knight c7. But it all looks very unpleasant. Even takes here, bishop f4.
Probably that's what we have to do.
Won't be fun for Nepomniachtchi.
There is another question. What happens if knight d6 now? And after bishop d6, f4. Knight f3, knight d5.
White already gets to choose which edge he wants. But this whole position, the knight's so far away. I don't even know. I need f4 here. Just looks bad, doesn't it?
Well, after knight d6, there is quite a few.
Yeah.
But this is kind of strange that after queen e2, king f7 is the only move. It's bizarre.
Let me just briefly ask our engine friend where he says Nepomniachtchi went wrong, because I'm sure knight h4 is not yet winning. Okay, it says rook a8.
Well, giving up pawns is always an opportunity.
f5, cd, knight c3. Here, knight b8, it says it's the best move. That's not an easy one.
No, but it's a nice one.
It's also what Fabi does, no? Of course, he knows. It's equal. If he finds knight b8, I'll make 5 more moves, and maybe then it's going to be equal. But he makes a good calculation that it's not very likely this is going to happen. So rook c8, f3, already better for white. Should be 7, g3, knight d6. Now this is all the first line at low depth. And yeah, queen e2. White is much better. Knight c7, knight d5.
What about king f7?
King f7, bishop f4, it says. No, knight b5, it also likes. This, it's also happy.
Okay,
strange
so knight
move.
c7 is better to give up the pawn.
Takes, takes. Takes. Says rook cd8, but that's a bad sign if the rook is still in. No, white is much, much better. Fabi did it again.
Very nice preparation.
It never ceases to amaze, like how he matches everywhere, even in the very confined territory of the Petrov. Good stuff. In other news, we have this position we were debating in
Okay.
Rajabov Nakamura. Bishop g4 was played and bishop c6. Curious how that will go.
And he got a game. Why is he thinking? Bishop f3.
Takes.
But after bishop f3, bishop b7.
Yeah, doesn't look very promising, does it?
Can you go bishop? No.
Knight a5, rook b7. But even GF, isn't this a much worse version of anything we talked about?
Yeah.
Makes
Well,
sense,
well, rook b6 and goes to g6.
Let's see if I can take
Knight
it
h5.
before it goes there.
I don't know. But I doubt that it's so good. Knight f4. Queen h4.
Coming closer.
I don't know, maybe bishop e3 was good.
Even rook g1. I'm not losing yet, am I?
Yeah,
but yeah,
e6,
bishop
knight
e3
e4.
might have been better.
It's gone. Well, let's see what he figures out after bishop c6. I would be surprised if he goes bishop f3 though.
Now, he will play BC, but he's taking time. Rajabov playing very quickly. So Nakamura and Nepomniachtchi are the ambushed sides today. White prep hitting again.
Yeah.
Ding also up an hour on the clock. But does he have anything? We were looking at 95. Why not 95? Sorry. Oh, yeah, 95 was best. You were right. And exactly this line we had. Takes. 95, bishop a2, b4, knight a4, and yeah, bishop b7. Whatever. Instead, knight c4 is played. Now this is a worse version, no? Ulf Andersson would be thrilled here with white.
Oh, he was a big player in these kind of positions.
No, Jan-Krzysztof, I think he's tired.
Well, it's extremely difficult. I mean, what a challenge. It's his first time to play in the candidates tournament. And you play a game, doesn't work out the way you wanted, even if it's a draw. Next day you play a tough game, you lose. Next day you get even a more difficult game. And it's round 9, right?
Yeah, we've talked about plenty, but this mental fatigue, it adds up so much more quickly if the result isn't great. If you're winning some games or you're happy with your tournament, then adrenaline can carry you. But if not, it's like, yeah. It's like if you're an outsider in this Vaikansei tournament, if things are going well, you're happy with yourself and so on. But if you start losing games and then you check the pairings for the next rounds, and okay, it's black against Vichy, then white against Magnus, then you get black against Fabi. Like you're not enjoying life all that much.
Yeah. I know, I was there.
No, you weren't an outsider. I was always there with
I was playing
Buki and Smates and so on. Like
B group and A group I played, and it's like, you know, when things are going badly and the day after you get even a more difficult opponent, you have to prepare, and somehow the place also, it becomes cold, colder, freezing.
Windy, you can't go out.
Windy, yeah. Yeah.
No, you can go out, but yeah, it's a fun place. 95 on the board.
You're not a chess player if you've never been in Vaikansei or playing at least one of the groups, no? It's like it's a must.
An experience like no other. Vaikansei.
Yeah.
In January. Everyone knows the restaurants. Sonnebank, Klein Switzerland, the Italian place.
Of course. And I think already by now all the waiters also know exactly the players as well, that they know who won, who lost, who drew by their face expression.
Bishop d5. Takes an f5 comes to mind.
So what? Is it a big deal?
I don't know.
Or in these kind of positions, you mean small deal is a big deal already?
I'm not sure. Black is trying to keep it a small deal, but this can end up ugly, no? With the d file and the square. I'm not sure if takes an f5 is the best. But the position.
Interesting what you're saying, this f5. Somehow, I don't have experience that I've seen something like this f5 and then you take, and there is a very unusual pawn structure after that.
Yeah, it's true.
Though
no, not
e4 doesn't seem to be a threat that much because knight has a great spot on f4.
No, I'm not sure even if f5 is all that clever, but it's time for Ding. It's time. He can't just let this one go.
E4. Are you taking or not taking? Taking rook a1. I take on a6. Check bishop f1. I like my knight on e5.
Very relatable. Yeah, it's unpleasant, no? Stupid rook is out of play.
Knight h5, I guess knight d3 should be the move. You had also maybe rook d1. So knight f4 is a threat for now. But okay, rook b6, bishop c2, rook d6, bd6. And then you can take, knight f4 shouldn't be too bad, is it?
No.
Though you can go rook a8 and I'm stuck. Or then knight b4.
Which position? Like
If
here.
not taking, if rook a8, let's say, then knight b4 you can go, right?
Check.
Oops. Oh, sorry. Sorry. That was painful.
But yeah, even, I don't know, if h6, g6.
Keeping the tension. Black will be not in danger.
Yeah, black seems active enough. Not sure how we got here. Okay, was this line check?
Yeah, I played somehow e4 after taking, after bishop d5.
Take directly. Knight f4. Guess black is also active here. It's a passive move. Yeah, it doesn't look too impressive.
Even bishop d1 in such a position can be unpleasant with bishop e2.
Okay, ding. What do you got?
What's going on Richie's game?
So c6, d6, bishop b3. This is the position where I think Levon won this once with black against Magnus. There was some nice games here, like with a5. But 27 is played, bishop g4. It's bishop g4 day. 21. Bishop c5. Richie, even the most normal of positions. He makes somewhat interesting. Because bishop c5 is a bit provocative, no? Like bishop c7 looks normal. Bishop c5, then it's a question if white gets b4 or d4, or if black is first. h1.
But he wants to go f4.
Also makes sense. I'm not sure about this bishop g4 and bishop b6, bishop c5 back business.
And definitely Ali Reza wants to win a game. He was already pushing it so hard yesterday also, that now I think today he will be playing until the very end. He will try everything to win today.
No doubt about it.
I like king h1.
Yeah. I don't like Rapport's pieces. It's bishop on g4, the bishop back here. He's like he's freestyled a little. Nakamura still thinking what to do after bishop takes c6. And Fabi finally out of book after knight to d6. The usual story. Computer says +1. It's time to start thinking.
Well, it's logical, right? There are so many ideas and lines to check, which is really sharp and balanced. And after this, knight d6, white is better. I will figure out during the game what to play.
No, there's just no time. Even for Fabi, maybe the best prepared player in the world. If you also check all the positions way much better, then there's not enough hours in the day. Because in this line, instead of knight a6, I'm sure you look at plenty other moves. Instead of bishop e6, I'm sure you look at plenty other moves. And here after a3, I'm sure you look at rook a8. After f5, cd, knight c3. We already mentioned knight b8 is the first move. So to guess that rook ac8, f3, bishop e7, g3, knight d6 appears on the board. And then to go deeper after queen e2, where you know, or before queen e2, where you know white is much better. It's just unrealistic for humans. But does he have enough energy to be his usual calculating, cool, calm, collected self?
Well, I don't know how was it after queen e2, because we were looking queen e2, knight c7, knight d5.
Yeah.
Because black is relocating his knight suddenly to the best possible square. At the same time, it costs him a pawn, right?
Yeah, I thought this was horrible for black. Like it's an end game with the pawn up and the bishop pair. Very hard.
So actually, what can black do after queen e2 then?
Yeah, king f7, like with.
Yeah, but after king f7, we said knight b5.
Or bishop f4.
Or bishop
yeah,
f4.
Better for white. Yeah. No, he's much worse. I would guess if I plays queen e2, something like this happens. And yeah, here we mentioned this takes an f4 or takes and bishop d2. It's unpleasant, but not over yet.
Yeah, I wanted to take an f4 possibly also.
Huh?
That e6 bishop is quite annoying. I mean, from black side.
Yeah.
What a great opening for Fabi.
Another big idea.
Very smart.
Fabi, next time when there's a Carlsen Nepomniachtchi match, if you're not busy, if you have like any ideas in the Petrov lying around. And Nakamura has taken on f3 indeed. He didn't go bc6. Now Rajabov will be out of book, starts calculating.
He does bishop f3.
It's interesting though, because if after bc the idea was to go knight a5, then you can just transpose, no?
But he thought maybe that after b takes c, he is going to go knight e1 or knight d2.
Yeah.
And it can be a long and maybe unpleasant game. While after bishop f3, of course, white has to give up his stable king.
Yeah.
Setup. So what about bishop f7, bishop b7 again? What does he have in mind?
Don't know. Is there another move than rook b8?
After rook b8, knight a5 is not possible to rook b7. Right?
I don't know, if not possible strong. That's what we looked at. No, like knight a5,
No, we are
rook
just
b7, gf.
transposing. Yeah, okay, but it's the same if you take an rook b7, knight a5.
Can we sacrifice all the pieces here? Some queen e6, or will they just be taken?
Takes. Queen h3.
Queen e2. It's not going anywhere, is it?
I mean, okay, in the meantime, we could take on a8.
Yeah. I shouldn't.
Or queen f3. Yeah, but queen f3, queen d1. Yeah. Queen d1, bishop f2. Hops. Hops, hops. So maybe this is a draw?
Queen e2?
Yeah, but then rook b8.
I was dreaming of a bright future for the knight. A job of calculating.
Well, he's not happy if he has to take gf, and eventually he will have to.
Sure, how unhappy he is.
Ah, but 1 second. What about bishop b7, knight g4?
Ah, that's the one, of course, yeah. Good spot. And queen h4. Yeah, that's what he wants. Enjoy.
And let's show the
That is the answer.
nasty loss for white. If bishop a8, queen h4, queen g3.
It's always deep satisfaction if you get this queen g3, because it somewhat happens often if you play this e4,
You
e5
feel
positions.
it again, no?
You're always so happy. Like when I have a blitz game and someone misses some queen g3 or queen g6 trick, I'm so happy.
Yeah,
beautiful.
because we were all very young kids when we learned these patterns, right?
That is beautiful.
It's
That
not
one's
that-
nice. It's also very nice if the bishop was on c7 and we don't have a pawn. If you can somehow go queen h3, gh, bishop h2 checkmate. That one I'm also very happy. But it's more rare.
True.
Okay, I have to excuse myself, go on an early break because the babysitter is here till 4:30, and I have to see if someone's watching the kids. And do you want to keep going, or shall we just go on a break? We can go on a break. It's
No,
an hour and a
sure.
half.
Sure, I can make a wrap up what was happening until this moment if you give the mouse.
I shall try. Remote control. Not sure if you have to do something.
Yeah.
I'll be back hopefully with my kids still intact.
Okay. So what was happening until now in the first 1.5 hour of play of round 9 of the Candidates 2022, which actually things can really turn upside down, because after round 7, there was a huge lead by Nepomniachtchi and well, half a lead against ahead of Fabiano, but 2 points lead towards the other players. But now that yesterday Nakamura beat Fabiano, he got a little closer, so he's +1. And now they are playing against each other, Fabiano and Nepomniachtchi, which is the game of the day. And so far, it seems Fabiano made a great preparation, surprised Jan, and he has a better position. The other games are also kind of interesting in their own way, not from the tournament situation. For example, Dingley ran against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. First of all, it's not the most exciting game opening what we had. It's very symmetrical. And it seems like Black wants to exchange later the bishops, but it's very important for the moment that White is not allowed to go to d6. And now Black is provoking White to play possibly e4, and then the g2 bishop is blocked, which is important for Black. But not only that the bishop is blocked, but also the f4 pawn is weak, because sometimes knight h5 is possible, and then the f4 pawn can be vulnerable. So in this position, Dingley Ren is hesitating how to continue. The Black rook on c8 stands very well because it can be used on the c file. So this position, I would say that it's roughly equal. It's pretty balanced position. Then we have the other 2 games between Teimur Rajabov and Hikaru Nakamura. Of course, Nakamura wants to win again. He lost his first game in the Candidates. After that, in round 2, he bounced back immediately. And after that, he had very interesting games. He had a very good game against Jan, for example. He missed his opportunity. He could have a real great advantage there, but it was a draw. And then after a few rounds, he beat yesterday Fabiano. So I'm sure now he was toying with an idea that against Rajabov, who is not possibly in the best form of his life, and he did quite a lot of mistakes already. So it's possible to win against him. Of course, he's a very good player, very stable player, and he's fighting until the very end, but still, and even Hikaru is playing with the black pieces, still wants to be somehow creating chances. He just played bishop f3, taking the knight. And now we were discussing with Jan that what White wants to be doing, g takes f3. This is, of course, the first possibility, because in the previous move, if Black takes b takes c6, maybe White would not take on a5 yet, but probably White had in mind to go knight e1 or knight d2. I think maybe knight e1 is better, safer. And then the king side is still extremely stable for white, right? At the same time, the black pawn structure is ruined already with having 3 pawns, but they are separated. On the c, the double pawns, and a5 is very weak. So let's say if white would be able to exchange the bishop, the black square bishop, then white has a huge advantage. So this is why black played not bc6, but he tries bishop f3. And now the question is whether g takes f3 happens, or white wants to go bishop b7. But what we just looked at, after bishop b7, knight g4 can be maybe the best move, because after gf3, we were looking queen h4, and it's forcing a perpetual check after f takes g4, takes king h1 and queen f3. So the other option for white after bishop f3, if let's say we go bishop b7 and knight g4, what can white do in order to save himself? This is a big question, because after g takes f3 is only the draw. We see now Rajabov looking, calculating the position very hard. Well, if this bishop g7, knight g4 works, that means that probably white has to take g takes f3, which is not the move what Rajabov wanted to play, I believe, and he took bishop c6. Takes. And now, of course, black's plan is to go on queen e6, queen h3 if it's possible. If black can achieve that, that's a huge progress in his position. So let's say after knight a5, black would be going queen e6 immediately, looking towards h3. Then let's see, I see there was a move done. And of course, g takes f3 was done in the game now. So queen e6, king g2. And after king g2, I think black can go, well, bishop f2 is something to consider, because the a5 knight is hanging and the white king structure is not very good, softly saying. But it's also possible that black is just keeping his bishop, going knight h5, with an idea to go queen g6 or queen f6 later. Even, well, very rarely even f5 might be a reasonable idea. Also rook d8, rook d6, bringing up to the 6. It's an alternative, though I feel that there is not much time or not enough time for black to be able to do this. So white has to be moving back to b3, or white can go b4 in order that I want to play bishop e3, so the a5 knight is protected. That's what I would be thinking. So let's see how Rajabov wants to continue the game. Is he going to be really taking that pawn? Or he can also play bishop e3. Bishop e3 might be a move if white is afraid to take the pawn. The question is now whether how weak the f4 pawn is, because I don't know, knight a5 is taken. This is the way to play. Why not to take it after all? There is not going to be mate on the king's side. So Nakamura gave up the pawn in order to look for counterplay. So queen e6 I'm expecting, and after queen e6, king g2 to control the h3 square. Let's see what's the plan of Nakamura in this position. I don't know if knight g4 makes any sense here, for example, and also put pressure on the f2, and also black's next move would be queen g6. And then we have an interesting move done by Fabiano, and he went queen a4. What a move. What a move, offering a queen exchange. Let's say if the queen captures on a4, takes, and now it seems like the e6 bishop is hanging, so bishop h4 is not possible because of the previous idea which we looked after queen e2, bishop h4. And black cannot defend the d6 knight and the h4 bishop, which is under attack, both of them. So after knight a4, what can black do? What about playing, well, rook f6 is not possible to bishop g5. This is clear, but black can go king f7. And the question is, what is the big deal for white in this position? I know what is the big deal. Maybe this is the idea. Take on a6, takes, and knight c5. And suddenly the e6 bishop is trapped. Look at this. But now black can take bishop h4. And in case of rook e6, black can go back bishop e7. Though white has a beautiful position, maybe white can go rook e5. That's one of the options. But it seems very dangerous for black. But after bishop h4, also possible to take. The e6 bishop still cannot move away, so black has to defend on e8. Then I think white would go bishop f4, attacking the knight. Knight goes to b5 or c4. I mean, it looks like a huge advantage for white, because white can also locate his bishop on e5, and look at the difference between this bishop, this extremely powerful bishop, contrary to this bishop, which is biting into its own pawns. And look at this knight, which is extremely powerful, covering the d7 square, knight a6, the pawn I can take. Even in some cases, knight b7 and knight d6 can be a threat. So this is huge advantage for white. So let's see what happens after queen a4, knight a4. Maybe this is just a huge advantage right now already with white. So what else can black do instead of capturing on a4? What is possible to do? Wow. So what happens if bishop h4, let's say? Bishop h4, g takes h4. Now, basically, white just wants to exchange on d7 and capture the d5 pawn with the knight. So what can black do about this? Well, now black can go queen takes a4, takes. So now it's the same as queen a4, knight a4, bishop h4. But now white captured g takes h4 instead of the winning rook e6. So this move order can be better. And then maybe rook e8. Okay, so Jan is back.
Sorry, I took the rook away. I was just trying to switch my sonar. Yeah.
The queen a4 happened, you know, very interesting.
Oh, he didn't go queen e2?
He did not go queen e2. He went queen a4, which has a great sense. I mean, it shows that he wants to play simply a one-way ticket, just a much better endgame, and squeeze it until he wins it.
Fair enough.
So after queen a4, I believe that maybe bishop h4 black has to play. Because the problem is...
What happens if rook c6?
Rook c6 is an option, of course, if you completely want to avoid.
Okay, let's see this. Just some general terms, if queens get exchanged.
Well, the question is
suffering,
whether
no?
queen d7 is maybe the best. Takes, and then g takes h4. Yeah. d5 is threatening, bishop f4, so...
This looks very nice.
It looks extremely nice. But if you go rook c6...
What's his point?
Well,
bishop f6 played.
Bishop f6 attacking the d4 pawn. Okay. Bishop f4.
Takes and takes. Then
King
pieces
h1
hanging.
The thing is that you take bishop d4, king h1, and d6 and e6 pieces of yours are hanging at the same time.
That's unfortunate. Yeah. Does this continue? Bishop d7 or
And after
takes? Yeah, I don't really see it. Could play the exchange down, but it's not a dream
well,
exactly.
no, f5 is hanging also.
Yeah. Rook f6, bishop e7, you know, maybe there are others. It's good enough.
So what can be
so
done?
now rook c6, it's time.
What about knight b5?
Under pressure. Knight c4, you take. This is good.
Yeah, maybe knight b5 after all is not a good move, because here I have some problems.
I have a different question.
Just take on d7, take on d5, yeah? Bishop e3,
Here.
takes, and knight d5.
How much is this?
Well, let's say rook e8. I thought with the other one.
Can I go 97? Am I asking too much?
Where to go?
Not sure what happens.
7, knight f5 you want? Can you?
I just wanted rook a1, but maybe we could take.
But knight takes and bishop takes. Bishop d3. Well, this is not a big deal, is it? Rook d1.
C1.
Rook c1. Well, you want to go rook c8, rook a8, right? You want to take some material.
I want to annoy the knight. I don't know. Of course, black is fine material-wise, but sometimes these positions with the active rook can be unpleasant. I think it looks nice for white. The king comes. Let's say king.
What happens if I go not in the very beginning after bishop f6, bishop a6? Does it make any sense or not much?
Which position? Directly bishop f6 takes.
Takes, queen d7, knight d5. Bishop d4, bishop e3.
Okay. Maybe.
Though you may ask, why did I give up my bishop?
Yeah. Still looks a little pleasant, but if we can't include the stupid knight. But here, so I was line check, king f7, rook a1, then g6. What happens?
What about f4 and knight f3? I know after g6 with white. Knight c5 and knight e4. So actually, in this position, bishop a b1 can be interesting. Regroup it to a2.
Yeah, strange stuff. Black is defending, but it's not collapsing yet, is it?
No, black is not collapsing. You can go, I don't know, bishop b5 or b5. So somehow you go knight c4 after check.
Next try, king g2. Takes.
That we are not going bishop e3, but we leave that on. Actually, I like to have the black square white bishop.
F4 will be annoying, yeah.
Yes, yes, rook e8 and bishop f4. It's very annoying for black.
Yeah. This looks nice. Unless some knight c5 works, but it looks like it shouldn't.
Well, maybe Fabi is already winning some material.
Could be. How does white win here? There has to be a win.
Well, white can even just go bishop f1. I mean, the d6 knight is so badly placed.
Hard to defend.
Well, you can go knight c8, which is also not tempting exactly. I mean,
this should collapse somewhat.
Rook e d1, bishop b2, rook a2, bishop f6. Lots of calculation is needed by Fabi here.
Yeah, there we see him in deep thought. The good news is his
He has
position
time.
looks nice, and he has time. Okay. Brief tour around the other boards. I'm not sure, maybe you covered it all already. Knight e5, bishop d5, a4. Come on, Ting.
Interesting. He doesn't want to go e4. He doesn't want to give in to the provocation.
Yeah.
Though maybe now he will, but I guess not. After e4, bishop b3.
Looks fine. Or no, fine. Double-edged. This rook e1, rook d8.
Yeah, rook e1, rook d8 already, so white cannot give up the d5.
But does he have anything?
You don't want to play e4 to block the bishop, to weaken the f4, but what else can I do?
Yeah, I want to take an f5, but now it feels worse with the square weakened as well.
Also, maybe you can go after knight d5, knight c4, stabilize with b3, then e3, bring up the king to f3, then e4 one day with big progress. Queen d7 played by Fabiano. Bishop
Nepomniachtchi blitz out bishop d7. Doesn't
bishop d4.
take, but after knight d5 he will.
I'm very curious whether he goes knight d5 here or let's say bishop e3 or something. Bishop e3, yeah, bishop e3 is also possible.
But then knight c7 and nothing happens, no? Or maybe still worse.
Yeah.
Take it.
Yeah, take it.
Take it like a Polaroid picture. Here we weren't sure if king g2 or bishop e3. Although in this version, maybe bishop e3. No, takes. We can still grab. So this was this line. But this king g2 somehow looked more tempting to go bishop f4.
Yeah. Rook e8, bishop f4, yeah?
If knight c5 here, just doesn't work. Some move.
Yeah.
Yeah. Caruana trying to catch Jan Nepomniachtchi in the standings. If he were to win today, all of a sudden we would have two co-leaders.
Actually, if they have a tie, they automatically going to play a playoff for the first place, right?
Yeah.
That's the new rule. No, all kind of secondary calculations and that what happened against each other and somebody won, because if let's say Fabiano wins here, then there is a good chance that they can finish tying. So what we see here is the time control and two tied. They are 50 minutes and plus 10 seconds. 10-second increment from move one. And then if they play 1-1, after that there is a progress to the blitz playoff. If still tied, they play a singles 3+2 game. If that is the draw, that they play another game with color reversed, and so on until we get a winner. So that can be a long day there too.
But what are they playing for? Who gets white in the first match of the first game of the World Championship?
Sorry?
They're playing for who gets white in the first game of the World Championship match, or what are they playing for?
No, they are playing for first place.
I understand, but what's the difference? No, I'm just teasing, because in case Magnus doesn't play, like, who cares?
Watch out, because people may believe you 100%
serious.
Team Magnus, and people think you're hiding something or you know much more.
I know as much as everybody, but I
obviously people
think...
don't believe, right?
Fair enough.
Magnus's team.
No, but basically he's made it quite clear he's less interested to play against someone of the old generation, especially someone he's, by old generation I mean his generation, and especially someone he's already played against. So Caruana and Nepomniachtchi, they fit that bill. I of course hope that he will change his mind, but it wouldn't be very unlikely if those two finish first and second if they play a match.
Well,
we're not there yet. We'll see.
Yeah. Well, first of all, we have to see what happens here.
Oh, they have this position we looked at.
Yeah.
Bishop G4 takes.
Yeah, he took. And after Queen E6.
Queen E2 played.
To not King G2.
Probably sensible. Not
well, he wants to have
the king
the
just
place
yet.
also, I think, with Knight C4, he wants to have his knight there, which is a much nicer square than B3.
We should mention there's always Bishop F2, but I thought white was better here.
But why should be clearly better? B4, A5.
A3, yeah. It's not what black wants. Because there's also not a lot of attack left. So Knight H5 played. Hinting at F5, but also Queen H3, Knight G3. All the stuff. What does white do? Knight C4, B4, King H1.
Well, black can also try to make F5 sometimes.
Yeah,
Now because C4 is there, I think. But generally speaking, F5 can be also there. Let's say after Knight C4, F5 is a move to be considered.
Yeah, so maybe not Knight C4.
Well, King H1. Yeah.
Hikaru has to prove it.
I don't know who is better though.
I don't know. It's a clash of styles. Pawn grabber, chicken chess club will, of course, be happy with the pawn, but Hikaru will try to make something happen here. And I'm not sure how comfortable Rajabov is. Usually, I also don't think he likes to have a weak king, even if what he did was the principal way, of course.
I go Queen H3. Because I want to go F5.
Let me try to stop F5. And grab more pawns.
Can I go Bishop F2? I cannot because Queen takes Knight G3, King G1, right? Wow, what about F5 here? You know what my plan is.
I don't actually.
Knight A7, F takes E, F takes E, Knight G3.
Ah, you're right. What about EF?
Rook F5?
Check.
This I didn't want to give you. Actually, you could even give check and Knight F5.
Complicated. Hikaru, he's gonna need to find a way to keep the attack going. Rajabov dressed in black.
He likes to dress in dark colors, especially black. It's his trademark. What's going on in the rapport game? Can we check on that?
Oh, what happened?
I don't know. It's a mess.
So King H1 we saw, A5.
And then F4 and things happened. A4, I think. Bishop C2 and B5. And then now everything chopped on E5.
Oh, FIDE and knight takes E5.
Mm-hmm.
Ali Reza,
He wants to win, I'm telling you.
ready for action.
Desperately wants to win his first game.
Understandable.
He can't believe it that already 8 rounds passed. Before the tournament, he was considered one of the candidates to win the tournament. And then he doesn't win a single game. This is not right.
I'm sure he's not the only one who feels that way.
Yeah, that's true. But the real youngsters, they really believe the injustice happening to them.
Yeah.
They did the job. He was focusing for 5 months. He was neglecting other tournaments where he probably normally would play, and he would be happy to play and compete. But he said, no, I'm going to be so serious that I'm focusing on my preparation, opening.
Didn't work out for him this far. It looked like he went away a bit from just opening and more back to, I'll play E4, knight F3, bishop out, D3. Play chess in the structures I've seen all my life. Today, yeah, we like this position. Let's see how it currently is. King H1, A5, F4. What a mess.
Well, he gave up a pawn.
Yeah. But he opened the position for the bishops. Black king still in the center.
Yeah, but I don't see exactly what is his idea. After E5, knight D5 stands so well there. I really don't. I mean, black did not castle yet. But how can you stop castling?
I'll do the attacking.
Bishop D2 and C3. That makes sense.
Richie under pressure. You can grab more pawns, but the king is still in the
Well,
center.
after you take on B2, rook C1, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I have a big appetite. I take your pawn too.
A2 as well?
A2, of course.
Sorry. Oh, where do we go? B4, C3. Here. Three pawns down, but
You want to hunt my king.
hunt is strong. Just want to keep it in the center.
So your next move is?
Maybe E5.
Knight D5.
Bishop E4. Or bishop D6. I know. I like pawns, but here I'd be scared.
You're scared with black?
You're not?
Well, I'm not saying I'm not at all.
You scare less easily.
Yeah, it's tough. Let's see after queen d4. Bishop d2 he went.
I was wondering if castles, but it looks
What about
scary as well.
c4?
C4.
With the idea of bishop c3, queen e2.
Rook c1.
Also queen e2.
Fair enough. I could have guessed that. Good day. Yeah, I want to keep the queens on. White has compensation, but without queens, this is not fun. How do we do that? Bishop c3, queen e2, and go somewhere maybe. Let's say here.
And if takes on c2?
What is this? Ugh, I wish I was better at attacking. I don't see anything direct. Looks like there's a million options.
Well, there are a million ways of trying, yeah.
And he's played bishop e3, not bishop d2, even more direct, begging the queen to take.
So if takes, what does he want? Rook c1, rook f2, rook c1, queen e5.
Queen b4.
Queen e6.
Doesn't look that clear cut. No, I don't like that my queen has to do this job. I'd rather have the bishop do it.
I mean, today again, all the games are fun and interesting. The only game with Ding and Duda is somewhat not so exciting.
Yeah, I agree. Even after these quiet openings, they still find ways to make it a mess here, both
Yeah, I mean,
Ali Reza Rapport and Rajal
Yeah.
Nakamura.
Yes. Knight h5.
What is this?
So I'm curious what Rapport has in mind after bishop b3 if he dares to simply take the second pawn.
Of course. Because he could also win. And imagine he wins this one. All of a sudden he's +1. Not that far away. Fabi beats Nepomniachtchi. Then Richie is within 1 point of the two leaders. Let's not forget,
Yeah.
there's still a lot of rounds to play.
It's awfully difficult to score a game full point. At the same time, if you do, then you can be there disturbing the lead.
Sure. What a comeback story that would be, no? After he wanted to probably withdraw from the tournament after that Nepomniachtchi game. If he wins today.
What do you mean he wanted to withdraw from the tournament?
No, just figuratively. I don't think he wanted to, but he probably didn't feel.
Don't tell
feel
me
great.
such jokes.
Sorry. Well,
You were so
I'll
serious
be
about
more
it.
verbatim. After he was probably unhappy after the Nepomniachtchi game.
No, he was
Then-
really happy. It was really a very unhappy and very sad when I was watching his interview, but yeah, that would be not nice.
No. But now, seriously, if he wins this, grabs another pawn, I don't know, defense, he's back in the running.
What do you mean? Even castle? Then it's just a huge advantage for black, no?
2 pawns.
Queen b2 took it.
Allez.
Maybe rook f2,
Queen f2.
but also or queen f2. No, queen f2 is nice. With idea bishop d4. That's a good move. That's the move.
No, so threatening e5 here. That's or hinting at e5.
Ah, that's the move because rook d8 e5. Uh-oh.
How's this?
This bishop c5.
Yeah. Not happy. No.
But queen f2 looks powerful.
Great. Maybe. Was too early to count his points. Long castles. Ale.
Oh my. Long castle. Oh. Incredible move. Rook
It's a little
b1.
scary. Yeah, it's I'm not happy. Nah, it's too much. Queen e5, bishop f4. For me.
Queen d4. Queen g3.
Yeah, it feels mildly shaky.
You mean Black's king is not so funny?
He's played queen f2.
He went queen f2. Yeah, that was the move.
Rapport will need all his cunning.
What about queen e5?
d4.
e6.
Oh.
Excellent place for my queen. Cannot be kicked out from there. Well, you can go now bishop c5, but then knight d7.
h3, do you take? Or do you go back?
No, I move away. Oh, yes. Knight d5.
I'm just trying to kick the queen after all.
Queen e7. I know you're chasing me.
Trying.
You have bishop on d6 and I don't like it, and e6 and stuff like that.
Could you go to h6? I guess also bishop c5, because I don't want castles.
Well, or e6, no?
e6 castles I didn't see. Follow. Still some pressure.
Well, okay, what do you want? It's 2 pawns down. Bishop e6, he went immediately.
Bishop e6. He's not surprised.
So bishop d4, queen b4. If takes, rook g8, and he's happy, he says.
Yeah.
And maybe he's right.
It looks like a Vienna gone well.
A very good version of Vienna, I guess.
Bishop c5. That's how we play in the Chicken Chess Club. I'm not sure if you can guess my intentions.
Queen c4.
That doesn't allow me to repeat. I wanted queen b2, queen c3,
Oh.
bishop d4. Okay, I have to keep fighting. Actually, the queen doesn't have as many squares.
Well, okay, it's not a big threat. What is your threat?
Bishop b1.
Wow. What kind of queen trap?
Yeah.
So I take on a2.
You're doing all the pawn grabbing today.
Well, I mean, you're giving it with your good heart.
Yes. Only the best intentions.
I'm not saying I'm very happy to play against the bishop pair and in the center with my king.
Maybe it can castle away. Okay.
Well, maybe eventually I have to do it. You're right.
Yeah.
And maybe it's the time. Bishop b1. Queen e2. Oh, we don't care about exchanges.
Not today. Okay, we're a bit far from the current position.
Let's see what happened with Fabiano.
Yeah.
Not much I see, but white took on d5, bishop d4, king g2.
He went for this, yeah? And bishop f4.
Another question is rook c e8, move number 1, yeah?
Bishop.
Is there any other move, by the way, instead of rook e8?
Threatening to win an exchange.
Yeah, and also bishop f4.
And to take the clumsy knight. Knight c5 didn't work. Rook moves look strange. Just 97, bishop f4 as well. Not easy to come up with a move, no? King h8 doesn't seem like it's helping either.
Yeah, then already I go bishop f4. Fabi also spent quite some time. In the last 3 moves, maybe, spent an hour.
Yeah, it's the usual effect here. Someone blitzes out the first 20, or in this case, the first, I don't know, 17, but then you catch up quickly. But he's still ahead.
And he's making a move, rook c e8. Done.
Here we go. We're expecting bishop f4, and we couldn't find a way that we were happy with as black.
Yeah. Very tough game.
A lot of drama everywhere. Also,
Everywhere.
Hikaru, I don't know, maybe he gets enough counter chances, but if not, he will also he could just be lost, no? He's pawned down. And eventually, there's trouble here.
Well, maybe
Those stakes are high.
f5 in c4.
Hmm.
So let's say I go queen g6 and f5. Rook g1 maybe.
Start with rook g1.
I
Yeah.
don't have a very good place.
Yeah.
Maybe f7. Though if you go queen c4, the f2 is hanging.
Maybe still acceptable. Also, how much is black threatening actually? If we're brave for once. I regret my bravery already. It feels shaky for black, doesn't it? Like it feels on the cusp.
Well, on the queen side, it's extremely strong and powerful white's play. It's only one move, two moves, and game over. So after b4 instead of f5, why isn't he going queen h3? King h1.
Takes knight g3.
Uh-huh.
Maybe there's just no follow-up. I think we looked at king h1, f5 or something. Oh, sorry, my memory is very shaky today. f5, knight c6.
Fe. This was a problem, no?
And fe, knight g3.
Yes.
Takes.
Take on f3, queen c4, king h8, rook g1, rook a7.
Am I not winning? Maybe bishop e3 first, but
yeah,
looks
here,
nice.
Here white has a great position. So it's tricky for Hikaru.
It's no obvious.
It's not clear whether his play is sound.
He's taking chances. But he's a pawn down, and yeah, positionally on the queen side. I mentioned he's
Strange things are going on in Dingbiran's game.
some trickery. e4 he played after all, and he allowed this. We looked at something like this, but we weren't too impressed. Rook c3. Pin. Unpin.
Yeah, the thing is that if takes f3, then a4 is cooked. So rook c4 is the only move, it seems.
Rook d8, knight c6.
Threat is bishop b3, right?
Hmm. Looks comfortable for black, I would say.
Well, there are quite a lot of weaknesses for white, right? A4, E4, F4, alternating.
If f3 here takes, can we bail out at least? Some active move.
Oh,
e3.
Rook c7, right?
Yeah, maybe directly as well. Yeah, white is not worse. Is it better?
Well, they are playing already 2.5 hours and a lot of excitement on the board.
Bishop back to e6, decision time in many games for Alireza. He has to find a way to continue his attack. Nakamura has to find a way to continue his, because they're both either one or multiple pawns down. Karana's better, is doing calculating, and in Ding versus Duda, it does look like the position is roughly balanced. We'll keep an eye on all of those. We will go on a brief break. In the meantime, check out the Chessable course, Master Your Chess, Volume 1 by Judit Polgar and Andras Todd. More volumes are coming. We talked about it. Judit, is this the class that teaches people not just about where to move the piece in the opening like mine, but also some basics?
Well, this part 1 and part 2, part 3 is also for club players, starting already from like 1400, 1300. I think they can enjoy it a lot. They can improve their chess quite a bit in every part of the game.
That sounds excellent. My course won't teach you anything about chess, but it will make you untouchable after 1e4. You play e5, you play the marshal, you play all the sharpest lines. No one can mess with you. Unfortunately, if they somehow make it to endgame with white, you have to go back to Judith's course. But check out my e4, e5 repertoire. It's on sale until the end of the candidates. It has all the Magnus Carlsen secrets. He played e4, e5 in 2 of the last 3 World Championship matches. I was very sad when in 2018 he went for the Sveshnikov, and I had to look at all these. Didn't like it. See you guys in a couple of minutes.
The Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double edge.
In this video, we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 ladder.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.
A5. What do you think about this opening? Honestly, what do you think?
You don't have to play knight c3. We can actually put a piece on d2, which is better because then we avoid the potential doubling of our c-pawns.
What you have to understand about practical endgames as a whole is that just like in the middle game or the opening, you cannot rely solely on these general considerations.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome, everybody.
My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Now anyone can learn and improve their chess skills with the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. The Magnus Trainer app is packed with fun mini-games and interactive training content. Playable anytime, anywhere. Get the Magnus Trainer, available in the App Store and Google Play.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging me. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. And they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1E4 based on 1E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecko and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
Welcome back, everybody, to round number 9 of the FIDE Candidates Tournament, where a lot of the boards are on fire. Judit, where do we start?
Well, let's start with Fabiano's game because it's like heating up crazy.
Yeah.
Everything is hanging, it seems, but at least 3 pieces under attack right now.
I think we looked at this position. Rook ce8, bishop f4.
And then we stopped somewhere here.
Knight c5. He gave a check.
King
Can't be taken, so king f7. Now, takes.
Well, probably we have to move the bishop, right?
And if we go.
And give that away. So if rook e7 now, I don't know how bad it is. Is it rook takes, rook e8? Can he play rook e8? Bishop c4?
d1 is also there. These pieces,
yeah,
they're still.
I thought in the next move I wanted to go there. Though maybe bishop e6? And bishop e6, rook e6, right?
Yeah, knight f5 feels like it's maybe not enough for the position he has.
Takes, and knight d4.
Yeah, well, better, but it's fair drawing chances. No?
It's
Knight
not
f6.
bad. But okay, we still have the knights on the board.
Sure.
So knight f5, knight d3.
Yeah, you can press.
But let's see.
If we start with this, what does black do?
Maybe this is much better. Because after knight e6, knight f5, right?
Yeah, or bishop c4. Oh yeah, knight f5 looks good.
Okay, so this is kind of a pawn if I see it correctly. Okay, so rook d1 is very powerful. What else can black have? Instead of rook e7, he can go knight away.
Yeah, then f5 is hanging.
Or he has to go with the knight away. Let's say knight c8. Bishop c4, we have an incredible looking check.
Oof.
I don't know, bishop e6 or what's happening there.
Black is on the verge of collapsing, no? 6. Some knight takes.
Yeah, but black can take on f4.
Yeah, okay, maybe this is not enough.
Bishop f6 or something, it doesn't look so
true.
amazing.
If just takes.
Well, you can also, one more minute please, of bishop c4, bishop e6, rook e6 and knight 7 f5. What is that?
Is there a threat?
No, it's just tied up.
Mm-hmm.
Rook e1. Wow.
Not sure I'll enjoy this knight h6 check.
I don't know whether you will, but I go knight h6, king g7, knight other f5, king g6. Well, bishop e6.
Yeah, this looks...
gf, bishop f7.
It doesn't look great. The king is still slightly weak.
Everything is hanging.
Yeah, unpleasant. Takes.
Yeah, this is another story. Let's say knight takes. Can you get out of the pin?
Hmm. Not obvious how. Let's try b5. Go.
Yeah, let's say to a2. You want to go knight b6, knight.
Yeah, but knight f5 isn't time.
Yeah.
Maybe I have to spend. Ugh.
As far as I understand, you're enjoying black's position a lot.
No, I don't know. I'm not sure if it's collapsing or if it's in time. I'll try this.
G6.
Yeah.
So what happens if I go bishop? I was thinking also to go bishop e5.
You want this and this,
Yes,
I'm
very
assuming.
Simple thinking.
If I go here.
And then you want to go knight c4. That I don't want. That I don't want. No, now you sneak out of this situation. Bishop d6, rook g8. Okay, go back. Let's go back.
How did we add up here? That's bishop f1, knight
And
c8.
knight c8. So what about knight f5?
Which one? Yeah.
I don't know which one. Oh, the other one also is very interesting.
Let's try this.
Because if you move with your bishop to b2, knight c8, right?
What's the damage? Takes.
You can do this?
Probably not. Just curious.
Well, knight d6, king f6.
Still alive.
Yeah, incredible. And Fabi is calculating. What else does white have? By the way, after bishop b2, after knight f5. What about can I go after this knight e7? King f6.
How does this end? I was hoping I could win a piece back, but can I?
Knight e6.
Sounds like a no. Yeah. Oof, every game is so complicated.
I think here maybe bishop e6 possible.
Yeah.
Knight f5 next.
Yeah, this doesn't look convincing. Bishop e3, even knight f5 if there's nothing better.
Yeah.
Black is fine.
So let's go back to the actual position. King f7.
Mm-hmm. So you could take.
By the way, what happens if takes rook d1? What is this? Bishop e5 or what? or bishop b2.
Mm. What a mess. Caruana in deep thought.
So what can he do? Bishop b5 is also possible, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Knight 7. Ah, rook e2. Yeah.
Now black gets too active. Yeah. Knight
Then
h, bishop b2.
But then maybe bishop b5 is the best.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, I'm not a fan of giving up my white square bishop.
Can
okay,
it go another way? Nah, that's
wow.
a bit clumsy. So.
But you can, what do you do on rook e7?
Ah, sorry. Sorry, yeah.
So bishop f1, knight c8.
Here we had some options, but nothing that was utterly convincing so far. So check, bishop e6. Takes, knight takes. Takes. Now at least there's no bishop f6 because of knight c8.
But even if just knight e7, knight d4, I'm not sure if it's so promising. Maybe, but
Knight d6, king f6 doesn't work. Still dreaming of catching a piece somewhere, but it's not happening.
And actually, Fabi goes down to 23 minutes. And what move are we? Move 21 only.
Yeah.
Or even 23. 23.
Let's not forget he must still be utterly tired. He has to calculate all these lines now. Not ideal to leave himself with very little time against very tricky Jan Nepomniachtchi. Then again, the position is a mess. So how was this? This didn't look too bad. Bishop f1. Oh no, knight c8. Check. Takes.
Hold on. After bishop e6, why don't we take on c8? Rook c8, knight f5. Can we do that?
Let's find out. Takes.
I'm not sure. Knight d6, king
somewhere,
and knight c4, knight d3, right?
Yep.
And then who is better? We don't want to know.
Yep.
But it's black. I blundered some material, I think. Okay. So this doesn't work.
Rook e6 we tried, was strange.
Well, I don't know if we finished that completely. Takes knight f5 from e7. And
just
then,
don't like the look of these knights. Yeah, wait, bishop f6.
Too many knights for one square.
Yeah, or too many knights on h4 maybe. Yeah. Could we go? No. I was gonna say knight c8 and knight f5, but it's not very convincing enough.
It's not so bad.
Is it so good?
That's a question. Maybe bishop c5 is possible also. You want to just give back and take on f4. Well, you have a
some
point.
move. Yeah. Fabi, when are you planning to make a move?
Well, he is already thinking for 20 minutes.
20 minutes till dawn. Better hurry up. While he's thinking, let's have a brief look at the other boards where we also can't complain about a lack of action. Knight h5, b4, king h8, Nakamura
H6.
taking his time to prepare
H6.
f5.
But what is h6?
My best guess is he wants to avoid f5, queen c4.
But really, what is h6?
He wants the powerful h7 square for his queen. h6, rook g1, f5, and rook g2 played. Looks a bit slow. Okay, rook g2, covering f2. F takes e.
Okay. And now what? Queen e4, queen h6.
Capture. Yeah, pawn takes. Queen e4, rook f6 is on the board.
Well, maybe that's why he played h6, that bishop g5 kind of moves are never possible. Probably.
Would be amazing foresight that he would get the position with
Well,
fe,
but,
rook f6.
but okay, what else are you? What else explanation you can give?
No, I was serious. Queen
Is it
c4.
too strong for white? That's why he played h6.
No, I think he wanted to meet queen c4 with queen g6, queen h7. Not saying.
Yeah, that's also quite something to think that. You're not serious, are you?
Very serious. Isn't this a problem?
No, I understand that maybe not. It's a problem, but I mean that you don't want to go with your queen to h7.
Yeah, after rook g1, it's not a square anymore. But now at least f2 is hanging. I don't know. I guess he disliked his position. Nothing concrete works, so you play h6 and hope for the best.
Yeah. Well,
F8.
maybe it worked.
Queen e4, rook f6 on the board. Won't be easy to beat Nakamura from such a position, even if it's good. Should be 3. Should be 3 he will play.
But white should be better, no?
Yeah, pawn up.
Well, okay, takes on e3.
Fe.
Rook
Finally.
Rook f8. Queen h3.
I won't blunder knight g3, but maybe it's too late already.
Too bad. Mm. Mm-hmm.
If we exchange some stuff, the a-pawn will be happy.
Okay, queen g4 is a good move.
Not gonna be easy.
No.
Will Rajabov win his first game and turn the table upside down yet again? That would bring Nakamura back down to 50%.
But Rajabov is going to be still minus...
-1 if he wins,
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not easy. Maybe bishop e3, bishop b6. Or knight c4 and better than ever. Not oh, e5 is hanging also.
Yeah.
Interesting what he's thinking. There is not much of alternatives.
Bishop e3 looks so natural. No?
Okay, he can also go knight
so.
c4 and knight bishop e3 later.
Why?
But,
why bother?
Yeah.
But yeah, that has to be what he's thinking about. If rook f8, maybe he can take. Yeah?
Yeah.
Probably can. Huh.
So actually
cover.
He has several options. Bishop e3.
Also looks nice.
Look, we have some moves.
Have we made moves?
Yeah.
Were those good moves?
I have no idea whether
He
they're...
went bishop takes f5. Ah. After long contemplation. Took.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see what happened. Bishop takes f5, knight takes, bishop takes, rook takes. Knight d3 is there.
This is what we've seen, right? Or it was somehow different because black could exchange the bishop on f4.
Yeah, we're a different line, but what is this? Probably also felt he was running low on time, so he wanted to play something a bit more manageable. But can he win this?
I would be surprised.
Looks like Jan is surviving. No? So let's make a move. Takes.
Well, even knight takes f4 first, I would ask.
I was hoping I would have some.
And takes on b2?
Discover check, but I don't. Yeah, the rook b4.
Takes on a3. Takes. Can get g6.
Okay, at least this one can torture. Knight h4, take the pawn. Not sure if knight g7 works.
Okay, let's see what else he can do after knight f5.
This is on the board. Knight d3, rook e1. Takes directly. Is there a trick?
Bishop d6. Rook c8.
97 maybe?
Knight d3.
And knight d3 played. Fabi back to calculating. Nepomniachtchi playing reasonably quickly. Not like he's not taking time, but he's ahead on the clock.
Fabi's very much looking the only focusing completely on the game? Because it seems like he let it away a little bit, isn't it?
Let's see what the computer says. Gives white a small edge. Let's see it instead of bishop takes f5. What's bishop f1. It's very happy. Let's see the line. Knight c8, bishop c4. This we had. Bishop e6, and rook e6. Your move. Knight e6. Here, knight hf5. I think we didn't look at this. We looked at knight c8
No,
first.
we took with the e.
Yeah. Okay.
And if you go bishop f6, knight c8, knight d6.
Yeah. King f6, it gives. Okay, these are tough lines for mere mortals, but pretty. Checkmate.
Wow.
85 check.
That's a neat one.
Okay, even to evaluate this,
wow,
I would struggle, but computer likes it for white. Like +1, it doesn't say it's winning or anything, but just says play this, you're better. Not trivial, it's understandable. Fabi didn't want to give the exchange and then just keep playing. This just doesn't work apparently. Yeah, black is better. What else was there? If we took the pawn here, knight f5, bishop b2, it's also nothing. This, this is better for white. Okay. Bishop b2, rook a d1, 7. Oh, we had this line. Oh, and bishop e3. That's the one I missed. I want bishop d6 is some stupid move, but now we're winning the piece. So instead of bishop c4, this knight hf5 was also good with some other tactics. So he missed some chances, according to Engine Boy.
So bishop f1 was the move.
Yeah. Well, what they have now, knight d3 is on the board. It feels like black is defending. No, it feels like some 3 versus 2 rook ending down the stretch or something.
And Fabi was so close to really get something special.
Great prep, as usual.
So if rook e4, bishop e2.
Doesn't care. Bishop c7, but it already doesn't look like much. No, it feels like the moment is gone.
Simplified.
All right, bad news for
Fabi
and the Fabi fans out there. What else do we have?
What do we have? We have some fun things on Rockport also, and here what has happened.
Nothing yet. We can see Engine very happy with white.
We are waiting for
e3. And Richie. Oh, -1. What is this position? So we've seen this, rook c1, rook d8, should be 1, queen e5. Richie's saying castles is overrated. Anything could still happen. Computer likes black.
Well, it's not an easy game for black either,
No.
but white can lose it very easily.
Yeah.
If he goes out of control. Can't black go g5?
Looks like he can. Okay, I'll switch it off.
Well, knight g4. Wow, what a beautiful queen on g1.
We'll come back.
You want to tell me that this is the way to play it for white?
This is the way. Still miss. Anything can happen.
That's true. It's just at first it's shocking to play queen f2, queen g1.
Let's see what Rapport is up to. If he goes g5. h6 is what the computer said.
So what's the point of h6? You want to go queen g5 or?
I have no idea. Maybe he's preparing g5 for.
Well, it means
for
that
later.
after g5, queen h6 can be played.
Knight g4.
Queen h5.
Sorry. h3 is not a threat. I'm very sharp. This I like.
For black.
Yeah.
But the question is whether after g5, queen f2, knight g4, queen g1, what happens if anyway rook d2? You go what? Rook d1 or rook d1?
Can I? Looks like it.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like to exchange.
Okay, what's the clock situation? No, not a lot of time left either. 70 minutes versus 24. We'll get some more time trouble action today. They're on move 26, but this position is so complicated. Time can disappear very quickly.
What's happening with the Ding game?
I don't know. We've ignored it because I didn't have queens. No, they went for this. We looked at this. I even saw knight a5, but I thought it can't be anything for white. Ding. Begs to differ.
Yeah.
Huh.
Not exactly what the game is.
Rook c1.
No,
this is on the board. What's his point? If knight b6? Just rook a1. Or rook b1. Yeah.
King g2, rook b4.
And if knight d6.
Rook b1.
Same idea.
And bishop e2, of course.
Sorry. Yep. We have to be more cunning. If I go king g2.
Well, or maybe knight d6 first and after rook b1, because now I take on e4.
Oh, my cunning trick, knight d6.
I knew that you're going to try this one. But okay,
The problem is I might not be better if just takes and takes.
Well, takes on a4, takes on b6, bishop c6, right?
Yeah. Doesn't look like this pawn is queening anytime soon.
Yeah.
It's nothing.
Well, still, I would make a bet that this game will be a draw. Most of it all. Wow, look what Richie played. Bishop c4. Wow, it looks scary.
The bishop was so nice and stable, and he puts it there, allows rook f5.
Okay, c1 is hanging. It can always go back. That's the good news.
Rook g1. Nice move in time trouble, so you never
Wow. Well,
worry about the rook.
Time trouble?
Well, not really. It's just a nice move in general, I think. Just compact.
Firoza, 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Still 13 minutes to go.
Now e5 is looming. Some queen moves. I don't know. This queen b2 bishop c4 operation feels very, very risky. Like,
very
we
dangerous.
have such a nice construction. Yeah.
Well, maybe he wants to go back now.
Let me sacrifice more of
What?
Ali's pieces.
Knight d5.
Still no checkmate. Huh. Oh, I don't see it. Rook f2, you take. Huh?
Yeah. Though rook f2, queen e5, bishop d4.
Still not a joyride.
Well, queen d6, bishop g7, rook g8, queen h7, king d7. So what is something like that?
It's a nice move to play. You feel you're finally leaving the danger zone. And then the future belongs to black. Okay, Rapport thinking about it.
Very
Nakamura switched to
yeah.
damage limitation. Queen d5.
5. So Hikaru is in big trouble.
Maybe it's sensible, but it can't be pleasant if he has to offer an exchange of queens.
Well, first of all, he can go rook c3. Well, threatening with rook c3, rook f3. But well, it's not a bad try, but I can hardly imagine that black is not worse. Rook f2, and then rook f8, rook f1, right?
Pawn up.
Well, if white is managing to regroup his knight to c5, then game over, I think.
I just like to draw arrows, but also won't be easy to stop it.
Yeah.
That might be better, but just a pragmatic solution. What do you do? Rook a6. No, it looks pretty bad.
Well, rook a6.
No way. I don't know which rook.
Well, after c6, you're not going to be going back to f6 with your rook. That's clear.
No. You're not gonna enjoy it very much.
Rook c2 and c4, right?
Looks very sad. You can fight against c4 for a while, but overall, feels like white should be.
But actually, after queen d5, there is not much of an option for white.
No, we can't cover the pawn.
Well, threatening rook f3. If you put your rook on the f, then queen e4, material loss.
Could play c4, but then takes in c5 maybe. Maybe white is still better even here, but it doesn't look like he's done justice to his position. So take, cover the pawn.
Yeah. Well, maybe he wants to go c5. Knight b3, I guess.
Yeah.
Knight b7. Knight b3.
Looks crushing. Good job of thinking about it.
Yeah, because he wants to think out the best move, though he's not. It doesn't have too much of an option.
What alternative does he have here?
Basically, he either exchanges and straightens out the pawns, or he will have to give up a pawn, right?
So think about queen g4.
Queen s3 takes.
But this looks like a better version for black now. The knight gets jumpy. We're not a pawn down currently.
Well, you have some, yeah, counterplay. Though here I
It's
also
still good.
no, I go rook c2.
No, white is still better, but still.
Yeah, I mean,
I
I
prefer the other one.
my pawns on a5, a6, a7, right? I can't complain much about my horsey either.
How did we do this? Queen g4 and queen f3. But I'd be scared to miss something here. Nothing there, yeah?
Rook f2, rook f4, rook g1.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Though you can go queen g4 as well.
Yeah.
Maybe that's even better. Queen g4 mating and e4 is a threat.
Okay, Rajov still thinking. Still take.
So what's happening with Fabi? We haven't seen that game for some time, and it's simplifying.
Rook e4 played. Fabi's down to 4 minutes, by the way. Bishop b2, bishop e3. But you're running out of pawns, Fabi. How are you going to win this one?
Well, there is a b7 passer.
That's not going to win Fabi the game.
Well, I understand that trying to catch the piece with rook e3, but that's not going to happen.
Is he worse? Bishop f8 played.
Well, well, well. Fabi made a good try, but he couldn't make it.
No, the question is if he's safe here. No, like I wasn't kidding. I think.
Yeah, it's like
to pay
Black
attention.
playing for a win.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Also not psychologically the most pleasant. No, he probably knows he was better at some point. He couldn't quite figure it out. All the time disappeared. Now you have to defend this endgame with 3 minutes. While Nepomniachtchi in easy positions where he has the initiative, he's lethal.
He still has to make 9 moves.
Uh-oh. What did he do here? Sorry, I'll switch on copy. Bishop b2. Yeah, computer said this weird move. Bishop c7. He went here. Here. He should have bailed out with rook a4. He took. Yeah, now he's already a bit worse. But apparently he can take on g7. I thought it didn't work. Ah, just to get rid of all the pawns. Huh.
Oops. Okay. Goes out, takes, and takes on b7. Rook b6. Rook b5.
Keep checking. But not an easy move to make in time trial, and he doesn't play it. He plays rook e2. He'll suffer. g6, b5, rook a4. Ay, ay, ay. Caruana on the verge of disaster here.
Well, my audience on Instagram, it seems like they were rooting for Fabi because I asked what will be the game. Fabi wins, Nepo wins or draw. And there was 45% Fabi wins, Nepo 26 and 29% draw. So we'll see who is going to be the people who thought it well.
By the way, not as important, but I just saw this move, rook b3. Looks a bit unpleasant. How does white defend here? h3?
Well, why not? Yeah, but after that, rook bishop f3, bishop e4, right?
White is not better. Since black is. Ding! Ding just can't get going. No matter what he does. Nothing goes his way.
Well, it's not white who is going to be playing for a win here.
No, exactly.
Wow. Bishop on d1 and he plays rook b3.
It's a nice move, no? Rook b3. Knows the pawn. Easy to miss as well. It's now e4 at a6. Good spot by Duda.
Yeah, unexpected surprise for white. When you think, well, it's your whole place, it's for a win. But by the way, what was the idea after knight e4? a6?
Mhm. I would
right?
think so.
A6 and then exchange up, which is also not easy to win, to be honest. But rook b3 seems a much more powerful move.
With a6 here.
Bishop
Check.
f3 and then take.
Takes a7.
And bishop
takes.
g4. And there is no bishop g2 because of check.
This would not be fun. Okay. Mr. Rapport, how are things today?
Well, it's a little tied up, I must say. Queen d4 against queen g5. So the d6 bishop is under pressure. What about e5 here?
Scary.
Would you want to take the rook?
I know this bishop is the only anchor of the position. No, I'm not sure I want to give it up. What should black do? Very scary. Okay, takes.
Though I'm not even sure why I take. Why not queen g5?
Oh, yeah. Queen g7 also.
Queen g7 also not
hopeless.
bad. So maybe actually e5 is a killer. Queen g5. And rook f6. Queen f6.
Doesn't look great.
This is what I think too.
What's the point? Hard to think of a move, no? Takes. No, this is not a move. Yeah, no.
Well, actually, what's possible to move?
To fate.
Queen g7, knight g6.
I like it.
Whew, poor black. Knight g6, rook f6.
He didn't play it. He went back.
Why not e5?
Let's ask. Yeah, rook f1 is also good. e5, bishop f5, queen g7, knight f8 was still hanging in there. Huh. Making it look easy. Here, knight f6. But this is still very unpleasant. But Alireza went back. Also bad news. He lost coordination. This whole bishop c4, queen somewhere business was asking a bit much of the position. To allow rook f5 here.
h6 he had to. This is where we were looking h6 or g5.
Yeah.
Bishop
or
c4.
rook d7. It also says no. Yeah.
No, but
better.
bishop c4 giving up the f5 square. It was
Strange decision.
no, it was not good.
No. No, he's been in trouble. Alireza, is he finally going to win a game? Has he won a classical game in 2022? I'm not sure he has.
No, he played only one tournament?
He played the Super Bet. I can't recall if he won one there. Okay, so Rapport is in big trouble.
Still after rook f1 as well, yeah?
H5 he played.
Is it a panic move?
It's a panic position. E5, queen g4. Alireza down to 6 minutes though.
9 moves to make. This d6 bishop is such a power tank there. What about playing just rook d1?
No, he played e5. Didn't allow me to move it. So queen g4 and queen goes away. It's a nicer bishop than the one Fabi had yesterday on d3, no?
That bishop on d6 is a killer.
Queen g4 played.
Queen e3.
Queen will go somewhere. Queen e3 on the board.
Bishop e4, rook f4.
Now rook f4 almost wins the queen, yeah. It's sad.
I don't think Rapport will be able to hold this game anymore.
No.
I mean, there is such a little Conte chance, and there are so many opportunities and ideas for white. Double on the F, playing bishop e4, later on the black squares. Well, what happens until then, just to take a look between Rajabov and Nakamura?
I got some end game, but not the version we looked at, I think. But he played queen g4, which we didn't think about. Still a strange choice. Why not play an end game with Polgar? But apparently it's also really, really good.
Well, knight on c6 in endgame, what do we want?
No
Right?
pawns, but yeah. No, Hikaru will need a miracle.
Who will have to have miracle?
Hikaru needs one. I'm not sure if it will happen. The A pawn is just too strong. Moving on. Fabi, how intense is the suffering? He managed to stop the pawn, which is nice. So rook e2, g6, knight e3. Rook d8, why doesn't he run?
Because he thinks he has time. But rook d2 maybe was disturbing him. Or rook c2 going on the c file, I think. b5, rook c2. Ah, sorry, blundering knight d1, sorry. Then b5 was not that bad. Rook a3, knight c2.
All right, well now rook e6 on the board. Maybe Nepomniachtchi also thinks draw is not a terrible result of this game.
Well, king f3, knight e1, king e3.
You don't have to tell me
No, maybe
such things.
No. You go back to f3.
No,
You're not looking for trouble.
I just spotted the repetition.
Yeah. Oh, that's a nice one. How to trap your own knight, right?
Some funny lines.
Oh, it's What, 55 seconds for Fabiano? It's which move are we?
38. I predicted draw 91. Wow. King e3, knight c2, king f3, 91.
Draw, and 1 point lead is kept by Nepomniachtchi, and what an escape by him! What an escape!
He didn't have to do the escaping. No, Fabi did it for him.
Well, okay.
I mean, it still counts. But
come on, I mean, he played this rook e8.
Yeah, it's true. He played some sick
moves. He had to make some good moves.
That's true, actually. Yeah.
King f7. I mean, everything is hanging here. Have to calculate all this. Bishop f5, bishop d6, bishop f1.
That is true. He is very slippery. He's in form. He played quicker than Fabio, although he was the side surprise in the opening. And here comes the perpetual. Unless Caruana goes king d2, runs into knight a3, but that's not how he does it.
That's a nice trick.
And he looks over and handshake.
What a game to escape for Nepomniachtchi, and how important. I mean, this draw is equals right now with the victory because he keeps the 1 point lead ahead of Fabiano. And
looks very satisfied.
Well,
he looks very satisfied.
For sure he is. He must have suffered in this game quite a bit.
Yep. Draw in the big one. Caruana did what he does, came with an amazing opening idea in general. Yeah. His prep has been stellar throughout the tournament here. Once again, knight h4, rare move, surprised. If I was saying, I couldn't calculate anymore. I played 7 hours yesterday and lost. What do you want from me? Leave me alone. I'm not sure those are his exact words. And the arbiter is saying, shut up, guys. There's still other games. You might be leading. Doesn't mean you can disturb the others.
Yeah, the arbiter is giving them the sign to leave the playing hall. They can discuss it.
Out of here. In other news,
well, another game. In this game, pawn is on a6. It's not funny for black. Let's put it that way. Black is on move. How can he look for counter chance? Not much. The only question is, after a7, how will white really convert that a7 passed pawn to queen? That's the only question.
Has to be a way.
Well, probably first of all, the e5 pawn will fall off.
Just draw some arrows, but it's hard to believe. Black can resist. And even the pawn doesn't queen directly, it just keeps the rook tight there forever.
Well, in the next round, it seems like players will win, even those who haven't won yet in this tournament. I mean, Ali Reza most likely will collect the point against Rapport, first victory. Then Jabov will most likely collect his first victory. I was really good predicting two wins on black side there.
This could easily have happened today.
But it's decisive. Somebody wins.
Oof, what a king.
What kind of bishops are there? Oh, you don't want to. It's not nice to see this anymore.
No. Okay. I won't torture you. Let's see what's happening in Ding's game. Rook b3.
That was a good one.
Oh, Rook c1. Missed. I missed it. Also a good one. Because no.
And is it so bad?
No, but at least it seems like it's white who's doing okay again. Thought white was fighting for survival. Move 40 right now, but Ding still has 9 minutes. Duda only 1.
Oh, Duda went down in time again.
There's Ding calculating. This apparently works.
Uh-oh. So black is in trouble?
Some trouble.
Move 40. Knight d5, bishop e4, rook c7. And if knight d5?
Yes,
Rook
we'll
f7,
take.
let's say king g8.
Trouble.
Mhm.
95 is on the board. Duda with 1 minute.
So incredible, 3 decisive games.
Could be, but not the big one. The big one ends in a draw. And everything's working out well for Jan Nepomniachtchi, because also the decisive games means that the players with more points seem to be going down, Nakamura and Rapport. Therefore, keeping the field further away from Nepomniachtchi.
And you know what is crazy between Firuza and Rapport? That they had an amazing game played last year in Norway chess. I don't know if you remember or our viewers remember that game. If you haven't seen it, for sure you've seen it. But to our audience, if you haven't seen it, it's an amazing game. Around move 10, Ali Reza in the last round it was. And he just sacrificed his rook on a1, gave away his rook for initiative. And it just reminds me now what they have again, because Ali Reza was attacking very heavily Richard, and he was not able to castle. And there also his kings stayed in the middle of the board and lost. And now it's something very, very similar, unfortunately, for him.
He's going to have to run. King f7. Where's he running to?
Just backing up all the pawns.
Can't hurt. Still not clear
That's nasty.
what this king is up to.
Well, it's trying to escape from bad things.
But where? Here?
To another chessboard.
Yeah. You need 3D chess here. Rapport.
Can you imagine that if you reach the other chessboard, you escape from danger with your king? You run away.
And here, bishop e4 has been played.
Yeah,
by
there was
Duda.
nothing else, right? So rook c7. Rook c7, yes.
This will happen. Is Ding gonna win one? It's about time, Ding.
So
Still
Ding
need to
is
score
going to
+5.
win. Rajabov can win. Firuza is going to win.
Yep.
Which means that Duda will stay alone without a win, right?
I think that is correct. If they all win, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hikaru fighting against the a-pawn. Rook f2.
That's a nice move to cut away the king.
Just to annoy.
Still not so simple to queen that a7 pawn.
No need to hurry.
No, but eventually you have to act.
Yeah.
Actually, rook a2 is also not bad with the idea of rook d2. Though it's
C2.
not bad to cut the king away.
Probably also not a bad move.
What's the idea with rook c2? Rook c5 or what?
Maybe just move the knight.
King is on f7.
Fair enough.
Yeah, what happens on knight b4?
Yes, nothing. We take the pawn.
Rook c7.
I don't like black's chances.
Because there is not much.
No, it's just hopeless, isn't it?
It is a strange game, this one. I mean, if you think about it, it was a very strange opening. I mean, move 12, 13, right?
Yeah, it's particularly here. Like bishop d6.
Yeah, it goes
so
bishop
compact.
b7. And after bishop b5, he decides to go bishop g4 just to show that he can double the vice pawn.
Here it might already have been trouble, no? Like bishop a7 is really gambling. Not sure how much trouble, but
He gave up his pawn already.
never got enough, like some activity. Yeah. Tough day.
There was not
at
much
the
chance
office
for
Polgar.
Nakamura. And actually the games were, Fabi's game was great, that I liked because it was some very interesting ideas and lots of calculations. But then the others, definitely it was ups and downs. Serious
The
roller
night
coaster.
before he tried c5, so at least he's
Well.
not dealing with connected passes. But still passes.
Knight c8.
Hmm.
Good try.
Very nice.
Knight c6 maybe.
Rajav goes e4. Rajav is a good
Yeah,
technician.
E4.
He keeps
E4 is the
control.
move. E4 is the move. He had an amazing knight on c6. Now he's going to have an amazing knight on d5. And what's happening here with Richie? Queen e4. Still.
Trying to hang in there. Probably not enjoying it greatly. E5. Bishop
What's
e5.
going on?
Rook
Rook d5.
Can this work?
That would be neat if he escapes.
Still
No.
in trouble according to the computer. But at least a nice surprise to move 40 for Alireza.
Because maybe just bishop e2.
Yeah.
Queen e5.
That ruins it.
But okay, he can go queen g5.
Is that more fun?
Takes on a2. Okay, this they're going to be playing for some time.
Yeah.
I
What
don't know.
happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? He made a move? Ah, he went bishop e2. Yeah. That's bad news. Was queen g5, he can probably take with the bishop. No, tough day at the office for black players. Queen g5
Yeah.
played.
Today it was a real tough day for black side. So Duda is
C7.
thinking, well, Move 41, logical that he's trying to figure out how to get away.
Not happy. We've grown used to this side.
Well,
We are
having the
sitting there.
F1 bishop supporting the A6 when it gets there.
Knight d5 plate.
Rook F7. And then A6.
Looks pretty grim. So all the things here, the pawn, the king cut off on the 7th. Doesn't look like there's salvation here.
But how did Duda lose this middle game? It was so symmetrical and drawish.
Maybe we were wrong all along. It was ding pressing.
Ah, this is how he gained the pawn.
This was his trick.
Got
Here, we liked what he was doing, but somewhere went wrong. Oh, here the computer says knight h5.
Wow.
Not an obvious
Okay,
move.
but that's having 2 pawns down, you can take 2, e4 or b4, but you go knight h5 to catch another one. Yeah, because the king's position is very dangerous. But okay, we can't blame Duda not playing
No,
knight.
no one does that. Rook b4 looks normal.
And he was
a5.
also having time trouble, so it's wow.
Still not h5. And we praised rook b3, but apparently was wrong. I missed rook c1, to be honest.
So after rook c1, it's already big problems.
It's problems. Not sure how big. Check. Rook a3. Computer also dislikes, wants to take. Which understandably, once again, you don't want to allow this. But so rook a3, knight c4. And I guess he missed knight e5.
Well, actually, yeah. And after knight e5, he cannot escape from getting this rook c7 and f7 pawn is falling off.
Best move bishop h5, but not a move you love to play.
It seems like the h5 square was the key square in this game for Duda.
Yeah, he missed a bunch of knight h5s, bishop h5s. And now what they have here, yeah, it's just lost. Mr. Hikaru, any miracles? The knight on d5 looks pretty good. Check.
Ah, so cruel.
Brutal.
Why not rook f1? Isn't it enough instead of rook g1?
Guess it's also enough. With the initiative.
Well, yeah.
No, it's lost.
Too bad.
Instead, knight b6 was played. Also not a horrible move. Takes, and he probably wants to put a rook here.
King c7, rook b7.
Not the funniest position on earth either.
Do you know what he's gonna do after knight b6? No, he cannot. Cannot.
No, it's resigns.
Game over. Rajabov, we see him. He's happy that finally he converted his advantage.
That's his happy face.
Yeah, finally he was fighting it so hard. And every game is so difficult here. He also looks very tired though.
Yeah, but you can see he knows the game is over.
Yeah.
It's gotta be exhausting. Is there a rest day tomorrow? I lost track.
Yes. Tomorrow is a free day.
Free day tomorrow. Yeah, Hikaru can resign here with a clear conscience, I think. Rook a7, knight c8 doesn't help.
Well, it would be some chance if it would be possible for black to exchange on a7 everything, but it's not because rook a7, knight c8 check. And then the rook is hanging, so Hikaru is shaking his head.
It's the usual agony when you know the game is over.
Yeah, you have to calm down, adjust yourself, that you can handle the handshake, to talk to your opponent, go out. They might catch you, journalists and fans, for autograph and questions.
It's looking for the arbiter, or what's it doing?
No, I think he's just looking around what's going on with other games. He just wants to know what's going around him. What happened with Fabi? What happened with others? Where is his standing going to be after this loss? Collecting strength to resign.
Yeah, that's tough. He will be back to 50%, point behind Fabi, 2 points behind the Nepomniachtchi.
Rajabov played pretty well, I must say.
Yeah. Didn't really
Because,
get a
okay,
chance.
if you think about it, if Nakamura would have win today, he would catch Fabi, right?
Yep.
So, I mean, just toying with the idea, I mean, it was not bad for him. And he won a great game yesterday. So let's see what's going on with the...
Richie's done. He's seen enough.
He resigned.
Yeah. Queen g5, bishop e5.
He resigned. Well...
Fair enough. Yeah.
But he had a pretty good middle game, and then he collapsed with this bishop c4.
I think that's the one move to point the finger to, because it also looks so strange, no? But rook f5 and
I mean,
all the
he
white
just
pieces
lost so
come.
many tampis.
Yeah, you let the e-pawn off the hook. There was a blackout. Maybe he just missed rook f5. It's the only way I can explain it. Maybe he thought he's winning material.
Yeah, but...
Of course, it's an easy move, but sometimes you have these blind spots, no, when your bishop is here the whole game.
Yeah.
Thought he takes this, because why would he allow this? It makes no sense.
Okay, so we have one serious game going on between Ding and Jan-Krzysztof, right? And he just played knight b4. So I guess a7 will be played.
a7, knight c6, tricks.
So a7 is not the best. Is it giving away the victory also?
That we do not know.
Oh, it's just giving away the pawn.
Giving up the pawn.
Which is half of the victory in this position, right?
It's useful to have. White is still better, but not clear if you can win.
Okay, I don't give up my pawn for nothing.
Never.
By the way, it's white has to go rook a7. That's annoying to have to go front of your pawn. Of course, it's a key element in this endgame that the king is cut off.
Mm-hmm.
That is a huge problem for black.
No, apparently it's just lost, but yeah, he has to spot this going passive for a second.
And after f3, why can't I take on f3?
Like, I have the computer running. I'm not spotting any tactics, but this wins.
I was wondering why rook b7 is not working immediately. And if we put back, without f3 doesn't work because knight a6, bishop a6, rook a1 check. and you have to go back with the bishop and the rook is gone. So this is why you have to go f3 first, which is not easy. I must say that f3, bishop f3, rook b7. Well,
it's a beautiful sequence, actually.
That especially at knight a6, then exactly, the bishop is hanging. It's incredible in chess. No matter how much you're winning, you still have to be calculating and find the best moves.
What happens if he plays some
rook c7,
move?
knight a6.
C7 takes, it's nothing.
Yeah. And rook a7, knight b4, black, back.
A7, knight c6, so... Now this also wins, okay, just...
Okay, I understand. I mean, I think he will be playing the rook a7 immediately. That would be my guess.
Safer choice, yeah.
And they are over 40, so plenty of time for both of them.
Yes, strange round, bit anticlimactic. Fabi came armed with a great idea in the opening. But Nepomniachtchi, well, he's just a fantastic practical player. I think you're completely right. We have to give him lots of credit. He
is incredible.
He was worse, but then he just doesn't collapse.
Incredible savings what he's doing, and not only today. I mean, also against Hikaru. I mean, what a fighting! He had this difficult situation because many times when you are dealing with a difficult moment, you can also crack very easily psychologically and blame yourself and being busy with other things than calculating the lines, right? And somehow in this he became extremely strong. That he's just cutting out all these blaming stuff out of his head. And he's like, you know, he's just switching that turbo that he has to survive, is this surviving skill.
Yeah, he did play long match against Magnus. So he's probably thinking he's seen worse than what's happening here. Amazing performance so far. He's 1 point clear of Caruana. And slowly but surely, there's not that many games left, right? It's still plenty. But it's no longer like there's 8 games, anything can happen. Now it's only 5, and the point really...
Yeah, but don't forget that in 5 rounds also, you lose only 1. The other one wins, and Fabi caught him up. So in round 10, we are going to have the following pairing. We're going to have Rapport Ding, again a tough one. Duda plays with white against Caruana. Then we have Nepo Rajabov, which is not going to be an easy game, but knowing Nepo, maybe he's going to go for a draw again. And Naka Firuza.
Yeah. Naka Firuza, if they're both... If Firuza wins today, he will be maybe trying to mix it even with black, and Hikaru, of course, would have to win with white for his last chance to stay in the race, at the very least for second place. Let's not forget second place could matter. No, will be another interesting round. Also, if Caruana with the black pieces, does he have to start playing e4, g6, or does he say, no, I'll be solid. Let's see if something happens along the way.
But don't forget that Duda is not the real good, great, talented Duda in this tournament by now. He's out of the last 4 games. It means that he's losing 3 games in a row with 1 draw in between, which means, you know what it, I mean, I'm sorry to tell you, but I'm sure you also had in your life at least 1 tournament when things were really bad. At least I had. Sorry if I'm wrong, but I had a few, not many, thanks God, but I had a few. And after some time, you simply want to get over with this event.
You want
right?
to go home. Yeah, you're numb to the losses at some point. No, I only had 1 Dortmund.
And it's hard to go home. You cannot go home. Contrary, actually, you have to prepare the next day, but by now, maybe he's not going to be preparing because you understand that you're just making the wrong decisions. So opening will be not the worst part of the game, most likely. You're going to get a game and somehow how to manage your skills that actually it works properly at the board when you lost so many games and you know that, okay, go home, I don't want this anymore.
Yeah, no matter what you do, it feels wrong. Yeah, if you start preparing like a maniac, you lose all your energy and
no, and simply nothing works, right?
Just nothing to do. Yeah.
It's just you play, you come, you have your opening, and then you say, okay, I have a normal opening, and then you start making mistakes which you don't understand why you're doing, and you find yourself again in a bad position. And
it can also become the self-fulfilling prophecy. You know, if you lose faith in your own hand and your intuition, you're thinking, okay, let's see how I blunder today, and you will.
So I mean, you lose all your self-confidence what you had to start with after losing so many games, and also unnecessary mistakes.
It's a strange game, this chess. No, like of course one needs a tremendous amount of knowledge and skill and pattern recognition, but this mental part that if you start trusting yourself, then nothing matters anymore.
So from this point of view, Fabiano has a pretty good pairing from this point of view, that he can go for a fight. He has basically his main task now after today's game to really leave it behind him mentally, the game that happened today, that he couldn't make it a victory, which is not so full. I mean, I mean, I don't think he was winning at all. He was just better. So, yeah. Okay, Nepo was great.
We see Hikaru resigns. Tough game for him. Falls back down to 50%. Such a roller coaster, no? After how he must have felt yesterday and today. He loses to Rajabov, who hasn't won a game yet, or wins his first game now. It's a rough game, this chess. That leaves us with only one game where Ding Liren is trying to convert his advantage against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. They've made move 40, so Ding has all the time in the world to think about f3 or rook a7 here. It looked like he made a move, but yeah, rook a7 played, leaving him much better.
That's the most human good move.
Yeah, just keeping the pawn, not blundering any of the tricks. And f3 doesn't run away if he really needs it. Shall we go for one more breather and then come back with the rest of the Ding grind?
Yeah.
Thank you for watching. Check out the Chess24 special premium offer. In the meantime, you get 1 year premium with an exclusive candidate's mug. This isn't any candidate's mug. This is an exclusive one. And you also get 50% off with the codes candidates2022, giving you access to all the video series, all the banter blitzes, all the good stuff. Visit chess24.com. Of course, by going premium, you also support us in our coverage. So thank you so much. See you soon.
The Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double edge.
In this video we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 Nidorov.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.
b3, a5. What do you think about this opening? Honestly, what do you think?
You don't have to play knight c3. We can actually put a piece on d2, which is better because then we avoid the potential doubling of our c pawns.
What you have to understand about practical endgames as a whole is that, just like in the middle game or the opening, you cannot rely solely on these general considerations.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome, everybody.
My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Now anyone can learn and improve their chess skills with the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. The Magnus Trainer app is packed with fun mini-games and interactive training content. Playable anytime, anywhere. Get the Magnus Trainer, available in the App Store and Google Play.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only a butt slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. And I remember my name. I remember my name. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
E5. It's E5, Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1e4 based on 1e5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 knight f6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecco and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
The Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double edge.
In this video, we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight off.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.
A5. What do you think about this opening? Honestly, what do you think?
You don't have to play knight c3. We can actually put a piece on d2, which is better because then we avoid the potential doubling of our c pawns.
What you have to understand about practical endgames as a whole is that just like in the middle game or the opening, you cannot rely solely on these general considerations.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John.
Welcome back, everybody. Only one game still going in this 9th round of the FIDE Candidates Tournament. Ding Liren is close to scoring his first victory on the other boards. We've had a lot of bloodshed. Timur Rajabov beats Hikaru Nakamura. It's the first classical victory for Timur Rajabov in 3 years and his first win in the Candidates Tournament. Not just in this one, but his first win since round 2 of the 2013 Candidates. So it's been a long time in the making. But Rajabov, slowly rounded into form here. Held a tough game against Alireza yesterday. Today wins one, making it much tougher for Hikaru Nakamura to hang in the fight for second place at the very least. On other boards, Alireza Firouzja also finally won his first game against Richard Rapport after Rapport went astray in a very complicated position where with bishop c4, he opened the floodgates, allowing rook f5, and his construction was no longer holding. Judit, any hope for Jan-Krzysztof in the game against Ding?
Well, I don't think there is much hope for him. I mean, how do you deal with such a pass pawn like a6, which is going to be moving to a7, I guess, in the next move?
Yeah.
A7. And after rook a1, f3, I guess. Though there is one option, maybe a7 is not the best. I'm looking now because knight f3, knight takes f3, bishop f3, and maybe now it's not easy for white to win because h4, rook a1. Though I can go rook c3, bishop b7.
Yeah. Pawn.
So maybe this is a way to sneak out. So if a7 is a mistake, then maybe h4 is a win.
Can play f3 worst case. Is there anything better?
By the way, what has happened? There was a move knight c6 after rook a7.
And
right.
he did not take it. He went rook c7.
And by the way, why didn't he take it? Well, it's not so simple, but let's say, why not to take it and f3? Bishop c4. Well, bishop d5 takes king e3, and I would be extremely surprised if black can save this game with the cut king.
Yeah, not gonna happen. Don't know. Maybe this was an easier option.
Okay, so let's see where they are standing now. That after rook c6, he went rook c7, knight d4. But I see that maybe this is a big opportunity to save the game for Duda. Wow.
Still work for Ding. So hard to win a game at this level.
Okay, so let's see again. If a7, knight f3, takes.
Yeah, this is unpleasant. Here it might be too late. Nothing moves. Just to stop this. If h4, rook a1, rook c4, knight f3.
Now f3 you have to go.
No other move.
Knight e2 check is there. And if rook c4, knight f3 check again.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe, yeah.
Maybe this is good enough. If it takes, the king sneaks out again.
And then somehow you will, it's still not so easy because you go, I don't know, rook a3, let's say, and you still have to figure out how you're going to be crossing that part. Maybe bishop d3 to start with that. Then rook a4, king e3, but at least you're up to the third.
Yeah, the stupid king still cut off. You can't move these pawns. This looks winning, doesn't it? The f3 has been played. Ding is not messing around.
Yeah, but you see, still there was an opportunity to mess it up.
Always.
Just by playing this most simple move and the most natural move, playing a7. But it's a nice way of giving up a pawn to make space for his king. So now it seems like Ding is switching to his excellent playing mode. Little late though in the tournament, but
wasn't it more precise to play h4? Because now his king doesn't get out. Or now he wants bishop c4.
Bishop c4.
Ah, that's his point. Yeah. G2, king f1. Can we try to get rid of as many pawns as possible?
Well, bishop e6. And a7. You want to go what, rook h4?
I would like to. I'm a bit worried.
Check on f7 and king f2.
The king gets out.
But eventually it will be out anyway, I think.
Yeah. No, it looks lost.
Well, it's not over yet, of course. That's clear, but...
Also another question of bishop f3. We probably shouldn't take.
Then I think rook d7 we had also. Yeah, this is not a good way of improving your position. But then bishop d5, rook c4 maybe.
Check.
Takes. And then check on c8 and check on c7 and after that a7.
Is this so clear? The bishop doesn't get to d5, which is a great pity.
Well, you might get there if you go bishop d1, bishop b3 to d5.
But also g5, like how winning is this?
Well, knight f7, knight g5 is possible to capture those pawns, and then e6 is hanging again.
Not thrilled, but at least the king is out, which, as we learned the other day, is important. Ah, but there's going to be rook c2 or some unpleasantness eventually.
Well, you can give a check on a1 and leave the bishop.
Yeah. Then the king is no longer out. Still work to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you go bishop c4 here?
Bishop c4. That could be not bad. That's a good one. Yeah, maybe that's the best. Rook G2, King F1, Bishop E4, let's say. Yeah, and Rook C8 next. Rook H2. But maybe now Rook D7. I want Rook D7 more. Or is this?
I like this.
Oh, this is also. I can accept this offer too.
This.
Just cutting every opportunity for black.
Yeah, that's probably the way.
Bishop C4 is strong.
Yep. Because check King F2 feels hopeless once the king joins. The white gets to do the attacking.
And if knight F3, what was that? After F3?
This we have to take, and Bishop C4 again, no?
Bishop C4.
Here I'm not sure, maybe white has time to play H4 or some move, but this looks natural. And we didn't like black's chances, although with just one pawn left. I love this.
Well, it shouldn't be survivable for black. Because I just go from king to F1 to F6. What do you think?
It's not a legal move, but
well, I make it somehow.
Might get there eventually.
You ask how?
Let's ask. I play H5.
You ask me how.
How exactly?
Well, I can go Bishop C8.
Threatening this, I go here.
Bishop B7. Check. Takes and Rook A4.
That's the best case scenario for black. Duda, faced with tough choices.
Well, there is not much of a choice he can do.
Yeah. No, this is the line. He has to go for this and pray. Switched on the computer.
Hold on. What happens if you don't take on F3, but after F3, Bishop D5? What do you think about that? Bishop C4 takes Rook C4. That's the problem. Okay, this is not good. So he has to take knight takes F3. Knight takes F3, Bishop F3. Let's go H4.
Yep.
I like what you said. Bishop D5.
Oh, slowly we make our way.
King H8. King G8. By the way, instead of King G8, what is if? What doesn't matter? Give it check on G2 and Rook H2.
Rook G4. Oops. Or Rook G4.
Yeah. Yes.
No, black. White still has to calculate, yeah? Like if there's a win. Probably is, but always work to do. This looks winning.
It's incredible that you always have to work. Calculate until so long. Knight F3 is on the board. takes, and let's see if Bishop C4 is the move, A7 or H4, or possibly something else by Ding.
All work and no play makes Ding a dull boy. Which one is it? A7 can't be wrong either, can it? We can always move the H pawn.
Okay, so bishop d5.
H4.
So what if rook a4? Okay, rook a2.
Now I start my march again. It's winning. No, slowly. The king will come here.
Okay,
then there will
fine.
be threats. Rook a4, king e2, rook f4, and we had something. We had this position maybe.
Anyway.
Yeah.
That's important that whenever you take on f4, then bishop b5. And if rook f7, bishop c6. No, what do you do on rook f7?
Just take apparently. How is this winning? E5, bishop c4.
But why is this winning? King d6 on king d4.
It's weird.
Not so much. Yeah, bishop d3.
This is the idea. Yeah, makes sense. Once you see it. And if back, well, how was this? Bishop b5, rook f8.
Then bishop c6.
But is this so easy? Like takes. King.
King f7, rook c7, king f6, rook.
Might be winning, but who knows, right?
But what is this? E5, let's say. Okay, king f5. Oops. Well, okay.
Or is this a fortress?
No, okay, bishop, rook a8. King e4. Yeah.
It's winning.
No, I went rook d8. But okay, rook d8, you go rook b7 and then king e4. Now, of course, it's when because rook b6, rook a6, and you start collecting the pawns, and the king is going there.
From here, I would manage, which is always a bad sign for black. There was also this, if you want to be more brutal.
Yes,
bishop
because
b7.
But not only bishop b7, yeah, it's excellent because the king is cut off, but also king e3 and rook c8, and then come back with the bishop to the long diagonal.
Yeah, this is crushing. Nothing to do.
So let's see what Duda is going to be doing. Bishop c4, or he just goes a7.
Plays a7. Which makes sense. You can always decide later. Yeah. Ding! So close to his first victory. Would join Alireza and Rajabov, who won their first games today. That'd be something. 3 guys had 24 tries together, didn't win one, and today they win all 3.
So what is going to be the standing?
Nepomniachtchi will be
6.5.
6.5 out of 9, 1 point ahead of Fabi on 5.5. Hikaru fell back to 50%, 4.5. Rajabov all of a sudden 4th place with -1, as is Alireza and Rapport. They're all together.
No, but Rapport, Hikaru had 4.5. He stays there.
Yeah, he's 3rd. And if
Yeah.
Ding wins, he catches him. on 4.5 also goes back to 50%, while Duda is in sole last if he loses today.
And then Rapport together with Rajabov.
And Alireza.
And Duda alone 3.
Bishop d5 played.
Logical.
Ding's not gonna let this one go. He's too good a calculated technician. I would be shocked.
So what is the easiest way now for white?
Move the h-pawn. Why bother?
Push the h-pawn, but after that, king h8. What did we look? Bishop b5, bishop d7, bishop c8?
I think just bring the king until black reacts, no?
Rook a5.
Yeah, we had something like this.
Come back. Or rook a4.
Keep hitting. Ugh, I don't want to give all my pawns. Still not that easy, is it?
You know what you can do? Wow. But maybe it's not so good. Go bishop e8. Rook a2. And then you go bishop f7. And then you go h5 and f5.
It's also Zugzwang after bishop f7. Isn't it?
Well, rook e2 or something.
You can give a check and go back, but rook e2, I start bringing the king.
Okay, rook a2 back. No, but my plan was to go h5 and f5.
Let's do it. Wins.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Well, this is also not the most natural way of winning, right? To put the bishop on f7 and play h5, f5.
Maybe the cleanest. Also, the black king is still boxed in. It's a nice maneuver. He's played h4.
Well, 5 rounds to go. It can be, if somebody is losing a game from the top, Fabi or Nepo, then it starts shaking the security.
Yeah. They do look poised to finish first and second.
Can you imagine if
They're
Ding
not there yet.
starts to win?
I can imagine that.
Starting today, he wins,
Starting
and then
today.
somehow something change.
But tomorrow he's black against Richie.
Yeah, but it's I mean, with Richie, it's white or black. I mean, it depends what day he's picking, right?
I would still think
Well, I would still
white helps him.
think that Richie will not lose, but he, in the last few rounds, especially, he's making very strange mistakes.
Yeah,
Even though he won yesterday, he made some very strange moves, right?
that was one of the strangest openings we've ever seen
Yeah.
at this level.
But definitely in this tournament, this is the strangest thing we've seen. H3, B3 stuff.
So far, so good. Yeah, B3, H3, A3.
I mean, I had
he
a
did win
feeling
it.
like if it would be a rapid game, a 15-minute game.
Yeah.
You're making moves. No?
Yeah, yeah.
It's not that a rapid game cannot be very good, but it somehow I had the feeling that it's like we are making moves and something will happen.
Yeah, so this move b3. Maybe it's just a good move, but it's so shocking.
We didn't grow up to this level yet.
No, he has his own chess understanding. Yeah, maybe for him it's just okay. Threatening a4, gaining space. Have to stop it. But yeah, I agree. He's been up and down also today. Well, he had an interesting position, but then couldn't quite keep up the.
No, because it's dangerous when you have chaotic positions and you're not stable enough that you cannot control all the way. Then it's basically in such a position, it's one move, and then you're falling apart. And this is what happened today exactly. That he was hanging on. It was interesting. He was eating up the offered pawns. But at one point, he just fell apart and he allowed rook f5, which actually is so obvious that you don't give away this opportunity to rook f5 and even e5 after that. I think e5 he blundered, but it was
here
not
was
played.
very tough. Yeah.
Right after bishop e6, it was not played e5.
Yeah, things just have gone so wrong already.
But simply the black squares got to be controlled after he allowed rook f5.
No, there was, I think just a blackout because he's way too strong a player to think this is a good idea to allow rook f5.
Of course. So we have rook a4.
And this was this trick important. Rook f4. Bishop c6 doesn't work. Takes, check.
Yeah, it's very important that the king is on the 8th rank.
Yeah, black king was here, he'd be fine.
Very fine. So let's see what Ding is up to.
Bishop b5 he will play, but then now with the king on g8, does your plan still work? Maybe here it's. I hear it might maybe still.
Well, it's important not to lose the pawn, I guess. So now it's tricky because now rook a4 and takes and check. 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 And then bishop g2 and the f5.
Ah, that's this I do not want.
Yeah.
So rook a5 on the board.
But okay, now bishop d7.
Look at the computer move.
Oh.
Very cruel.
But why is it good?
If takes.
But you don't want this.
What?
I'm not sure he wants that. Rook d5, rook d5, a8, king g7.
Ah, stupid computer.
I mean, is it winning? I would not like to go into this.
Yes. How do you wait here?
No, you're winning because you take on e6 or just play rook e7 and king g4.
Yeah. And the king is too weak here, will be Zugzwang.
Yeah. And if king has to go back, then you take on e6 and take on f5 the rook. Okay, I can have it on h5, but I have it here, but then I have to move it to Zugzwang. So king comes up to g4, and now it's a Zugzwang. Yeah, and takes on f5. By the way, is this the win?
This is winning, no? With the pawn on h4, I think.
King f7. Isn't this the draw?
This is one of these positions you're taught
If
in
the,
chess
yeah,
school.
if the pawn is on h2, it's winning.
Yeah,
But you
exactly.
have to know whether it's where are we
You have
now?
to count where it is with the zugzwangs. Yeah, exactly. So this would. So h5, king g7, king e6. Yeah, this is winning it. And
But king
h6.
e7. No. King e7.
Oof, it's
Yes,
too complicated.
and after king
It's
f6,
winning it.
h6.
h6. Yeah.
h6. This is the win. Why did you? No. Ah, yes. We made it.
Barely.
But this is crazy that you have to go king d6, no?
Looks like you let it slip here.
And it's a mutual zugzwang.
Yeah, here we go back.
No, this is another story because
Once the pawn is here, we just win.
Yeah, this is also a good one, of course, that you have to make the triangulation. How difficult chess is, even such a simple endgames.
Yeah, this is all stuff I haven't seen since I was 13 years old. It's somewhere in the back of your head.
King e5.
And now king e5. Yeah, this is beautiful. And now we win. Even here, we have to be careful.
Oh, you have to be careful until the last second.
This is stalemate.
Yeah, you can always ruin it until really the last moment. And rook d7 is on the board, and he played rook d7.
He's tough.
We see the good old thing.
This is the thing we know: calculating, precision, putting pressure in an endgame. It was about time he showed up.
So what happens if rook a2? What's the point of rook d7? It's just indirectly defended the bishop, that's all. Yeah.
Just can't do anything. No?
Yeah, king comes to b1 and then comes up and
your
goes
dreams come true.
Squares. Yeah, you also think the same way. Looking for checkmate.
Yeah, now there's never time to go after the pawns because it's rook d5. If this bishop moves, then we go after this pawn. No, it's efficient. Jan-Krzysztof. Every day we see Jan-Krzysztof sitting there suffering. He's young. He's the World Cup winner. He'll draw his lessons from this one. Come back stronger.
I like his play very much. When he's in good form, I like his style.
Yeah.
I think
he's very dangerous.
Great future.
For sure.
And I think he's a very good character for competitions. Like he's very quiet, working hard.
He'll
has
be
the
back.
Perseverance. I mean, well, to play in the candidate, somebody has to win, somebody will be on the other spots of the cross table, right? So what can you do? 8 incredible players are competing.
They are all pretty good. Anything black can try. Not really. h6.
Well, after h6, maybe I just go bishop d3.
Yeah, just creates fresh weaknesses.
Why not? It's not that there was anything wrong with king f1.
Yeah, black can never break free here.
But let's say after rook b5, rook d5, rook d5, a8, king g7. If in this position there would be no f4 pawn, that's a draw.
That is a fortress. The pawn is there. Yeah, this just wins. Can't wait. Oops.
It's a bit better.
Same result. King f1. Ding is on the way.
To his victory. First victory. And of course, Duda knows it exactly that he's not going to be saving this game anymore. But you can't resign, right? You have to fight. You just have to sit there, make moves, and, well, pray that something miracle happens, but just don't resign. In such a position, only Chucky was able to resign when he understood something and he said, okay, I'm going to lose anyway, and just resigned and went home.
Vishy would also resign. He would say, enough for today.
Yeah.
That didn't happen to him very often.
Yeah. Exactly.
Every day we see Duda suffering there in the last couple of rounds. Duda going through the 5 stages of grief again. Duda Dapta, denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance. Then you resign. I think it's been refuted that this thing exists, Dapta, but I like saying Dapta, the 5 stages of grief when something bad happens.
Oh.
Not sure it's a real thing.
Well, it's definitely a sad thing when a chess player starts losing one game after another. It is something you don't wish for your enemies either.
No, I guess everyone's different coping with it, but there's some truth to this Dapta, or it feels right, no? At first you think denial, okay, there's no way I'm losing this. Then you're angry at yourself. Then you start bargaining, negotiating with yourself. Okay, maybe you can do this. Depression. And then acceptance. You resign. It's pseudoscience, I guess, but I enjoy the word.
Yeah, interesting.
And there we see it. I think he's done with denial, anger, and bargaining. I think he's in the depression phase. Soon he will come to acceptance.
Not easy to sit there every day for 5 to 6 hours. Now again, he's playing for 5 hours already. And at the end, it's not the result. He's sitting there for so long.
It's been incredibly tough.
Check on G2. What can be is there any idea behind that? Or just giving a check and going back?
Seems hard to think of a scenario he could hope for, no? Like the king will show up there.
Yeah. Is there any trick?
You see one? Can't really picture one.
King D1.
This always. Oh yeah, here at least. There's no bishop c4 yet.
Well, probably bishop rook c7 back.
Yeah. Not sure how I did this. Even this is still lost.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine that he can save it. But he will go all the way. He has to go all the way.
Yeah.
I mean, for now it's white has the strong rook, the key roll, that he cuts, the black king. Then there is this pawn on a7, the pass pawn. The bishop is supporting that in some way or another, sometimes bishop c6, but still to win the game, you need the king as well.
It's actually shocking how much you need to win a chess game, no? Like you have the rook on the 7th, you have an a pawn on a7, and it's still incredibly hard work to.
Yeah, because
break
you're
it.
3 there, 3 pieces versus very good 2 pieces of black, and still you need another one.
Yeah.
So king is marching forward towards the rook. King h8. Well, probably after king h8, after king b1, king c1. Yeah, he's going to go bishop e4. So, okay, king c1, bishop e4, rook c7, right?
It's very logical. Yeah, the position is just too bad. Maybe this you can hope for.
So where do you go? E8?
Are we still winning? I'm not sure. But
why not?
It's still winning, yeah? Yeah.
But it still has to work.
Always.
It's always work. Because it's not so easy to cross the second rank. Big round today.
Yeah, strange round.
And
Fabi.
White is collecting the points.
Not Fabi though. He misses chances.
Yeah.
But other than that, 3.5 out of 4 with the white pieces.
So
what's tomorrow? Rapporting Duda Caruana, Nepomniachtchi Rajabov, and Nakamura Alireza.
Actually, not tomorrow, but the next round.
Sorry, yeah. Tomorrow's a rest day. Round 10. Then round 11.
We have there later in round 11, we have Firuza playing with white against Napo. There are some still fun clashes there. Fabiano playing with a better version of Ding as before. If he starts playing well, you know, there are some matches which can cause some turbulences. And they know it. They know it. As Fabi said, that in the second half of the tournament, it's a completely different story than the first half of the tournament.
He's right. We can see it now. Like some guys, yeah, are obviously fatigued by all the drama. Others might be catching second win down that they won a game. It's completely, yeah, the cards are being reshuffled. But if Nepomniachtchi doesn't lose a game, stays stable as he is, it will be hard to catch him.
That's true. That's true, of course.
Although it's always been the narrative on him that he slows down in the second half. Once he loses one, he can fall apart. But
yeah, but it's not clear where he's going to be losing, right?
Exactly.
Because whenever he's in danger, he goes back, and he plays even better than before.
Yeah. Also, he has a stronger safety net now. He has all these World Championship prep, the Petrov, and so on. So you have to go to amazing extents to even ask a question to him. FIDE did today, but Nepomniachtchi reacted quickly and yeah, humanly, very, very impressively with this. I mean, what a sicko you have to be to calculate all of this.
What was the real stuff according to the engine?
Engine was Bishop F1, Knight C8, and this exchange sacrifice, but with very long-term play. Like,
it's exchange sacrifice. This is what the computer says.
Yeah, but the slow version, like here, King G6, takes, and it just says white is much better. Which
yeah, okay, but it's tricky to. I mean, I understand, and we understand that it's white has a great position, but it was not obvious at all.
And even if I could calculate till here, which clearly I can't, I'm not sure if I would think, okay, I'll just go for this. I have a pawn for the exchange, and this is the way to do it. It's far from obvious, I think.
And it's interesting that Fabiano could offer an exchange sacrifice in their first game. Already it was round 3, I think, and 2 or 3. And there he missed it, right? He did not decide it. He had only like 10 minutes, I think, for the rest of the move until move 40, while Nepo had pretty long time. And this was the opportunity for him to go for. And yeah, Magnus was complaining about this, that he should have done this. Absolutely. I don't know how much he regretted it, Fabi, that he didn't go for it.
Yeah, with hindsight, was a big moment, but didn't look during the game like he felt he was on the verge of winning and missed something. Also there, I mean, I understand he was objectively worse, but also there he got ambushed in the opening by Caruana with his G5, Knight G4 idea. And Nepomniachtchi, I thought, played humanly extremely well with all this. These little moves he kept making to keep the game going, like Rook B3, this King H2, Queen D1. Very patient in a position of pawn down, Rook C2. I understand he's worse and we shouldn't maybe praise him too much for it, but he's clearly in good shape. Like, he makes decisions quickly, keeps the tension.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And in this game also, I mean, Jan made some very excellent moves. So Duda is thinking, went down also nearly to 20 minutes. So now what to do?
If Bishop E4, can white just go here? I guess my question is, do we want to play this position or do we want to avoid it?
I don't know how much fun is to play this.
If we're left with only the H-pawn, it's the so-called wrong H-pawn. Bishop doesn't control the square.
The question is whether is the F4 pawn going to be exchanged.
Yeah, could happen, no? Like, you gotta be very careful here.
Rook E6, Rook A4.
Yep. Like this.
I doubt that you can save it with black.
Yeah, I agree. I just wonder if it would be
but I'm not
sure practical decision to go for this or not.
Yeah, I'm not sure I would want to go for that.
It's probably force now. If here, we just win.
I'm not sure I want to go this way. So where else can I go? Go back to c7?
Yeah, this is the line we looked at. Slowly but surely, progress will be made. Some stuff like this.
Well, probably bishop d7 is just good enough too, right? And then just bring the king.
This could worry this. Ooh, sorry. Ace.
And what, bishop a4?
Should also win. Yeah, there are multiple.
King f6. I didn't want to let him out.
Yeah, exactly. I like the other idea with bishop e8, keeping him entombed there. Still, how do we break
Now
through?
bishop e4 and e5 maybe?
d5, I hit the rook.
There, or takes and king d4. Awesome. So what is the problem? King c3?
Probably there's no problem. This will be the dagger.
Duda is hesitating how to fight.
It's also tough if every line you calculate just doesn't work. Yeah, you know you're lost, but you will calculate one line, find a win, and then think, okay, do I have a chance there? Calculate some other line, find another win. Just has to guess where Ding could go wrong. It's not like he can calculate his way out.
We have some pictures we wanted to share with our viewers. Maybe
Show us.
Have some pictures just to analyze where the players are playing in Madrid and from the playing hall from the previous days. Yeah, look at this. Jan is interesting how he's sitting there with his leg across, no?
Yeah.
Some
Isn't his leg gonna fall asleep if he wants to go for a walk, and then he
you can see that Jan is focusing definitely how the most comfortable to play. He takes off his jacket all the time after he arrives practically, or maybe he just brings it in his hand. I also saw a picture of that. You see, he's bringing it in his hand. Maybe he never wears it, only if there is a special photo shoot. Very narrow corridor.
Yeah.
Players are arriving to the playing hall. Then we have some more pictures. I like this picture. I mean, they finished the game. Look at Jan's face. Like he doesn't understand what rapport is telling him, right? I mean, these parts are still very important. When there were the COVID times and not over the board tournaments, these are the things I think one of the part was missing also for the players, to talk with each other, to see the other's face, the expressions. And this is the playing hall already, which is very nice. It's called the Palacio de Santona. And well, of course, every player, they like to go to backstage where they can watch the games, drinking at the same time, having their refreshments there, but it's a wonderful environment. Many of the players like to watch their games from the screens, so they go a little bit away from the board, from the audience. As in the World Championship, Jan said that he didn't mind going into the room he had and watching the game from the screen, Actually, he was not much at the board, I must say. And now we see Hikaru, also in backstage, probably watching the monitor. Because, well, people from our audience, they see the games, we see the cameras, what is really happening near to the board, right? But there are backstage scenes where the players arriving, they are resting, they are having their refreshments, they're watching the screen. So, but it's a wonderful environment. Look at the pictures, the paintings they have in that building.
Looks beautiful.
I've played in few occasions. I've played in beautiful buildings like this. But
what's your favorite location you ever played?
That's a good question. Wow, I played in Vienna, I think in the mayor's office building or something, and it was really beautiful inside. Then where did I play else where it was stunning? But I played in the Kremlin. We had the World versus Russia back in 2002. Well, maybe that was one of the most special location at the time. So we have Rook C7 on the board. Where did you play? Which was your favorite tournament?
Wherever the Thailand Open is held in that year, like I'll be there.
Which country is your favorite to play?
No, I only play in Thailand, like in German leagues. I play one tournament per year.
Okay, but a few years ago you were still playing competitively, actively, or not? Or that's already more than 10 years?
It's been a while. No, I don't know. For chess, I've always had, if we don't count Thailand, I've always had an affinity for Spain also, because I grew up there and I speak the language, and yeah. I
you grew up in Spain?
Yeah, I went to school for some years. And
which age were you there?
8 till 11.
Ah, okay, that's nice.
Yeah.
That's nice. I love Spain myself. Well, I played so many tournaments in Spain, but I love also Holland. They have such a nice atmosphere in the events, and I mean, everything is just nice. I've played in Holland also in quite a few tournaments, but Spain, I've visited, I think, more than 25 cities in Spain. So probably more than in Hungary.
And they're all nice. You can't go wrong.
Yeah.
Malaga, Sevilla, Cordoba.
Oh, Sevilla is one of my favorites.
Wherever you go.
Yeah.
Great.
Sevilla is very beautiful. But of course, others also.
Yeah. Big fan. Other than that, yeah. Holland is always a nice atmosphere too. I agree.
And also chess is very much respected in Holland.
Yeah, no, Luke van Willy did a lot of damage. Greetings. No, but of course, they have a great tradition of tournaments, not just Weikantsee, but so many big events in everywhere, Groningen, Tilburg.
Yes, but they don't have them anymore. They had a very nice event. I was playing quite a few times in Hochoveen. Of course, I'm not sure I'm pronouncing it properly, the city.
Pretty good. Yeah.
It was a very special tournament because there were 4 players. It was always invited the ex-world champion, junior world champion, the best Holland Dutch player, and the best lady player. So this was a system which meant that I was invited for quite
So it's always you and Anish?
No,
maybe
Anish
it was before
came
Anish's time. Yeah.
Anish was very young, but in the first few occasions he was still a baby. He came only when he moved to Holland, which was after a few years when they started. And it was very special because a glass museum was organizing it, or it was partly organizing it. And they made the chess sets which we were playing with from glass. And of course, at the first time, the organizer came to me and said, He said, well, this is the what we are going to be playing. And I just didn't understand. I mean, how can we play chess with glass pieces? I mean, we're going to have some time trouble making fast moves. It's going to be breaking. So obviously they made reserve chess sets. They had 1 or 2 reserve chess sets. And there was no single piece that it was broken during the many years I was there. And but it was very, very nice people who were in the organizing committee. So also very nice memories from there. Bishop d7, finally.
Here comes the bishop. But after bishop d5, where does he want to go?
The king's journey comes.
Again, it will be the question if we want to allow this guy to get out or if we still try to box him in.
But it's not, well, bishop c8 is also possible.
Yep.
Maybe.
Should be.
Bishop d7 back. And then bishop b5. Ah, no, my rook.
Oh yeah, that one we need. Oh, at least somehow. We brought the king out, probably still lost, unfortunately.
Yeah, still bishop b5 check and rook h7, right?
Yeah, still lost. Bishop d3 check, but still work.
I mean, it's, yeah. 5.5 hours. The guy is working at the board.
Felt like we were getting a shorter day today, no, with everybody winning before the time control, but there is one long session.
Yeah, still 11 minutes for Duda after bishop d7, thinking what to do. Is there any other sensible move than bishop d5?
Gotta keep the pawn, no? I don't think there is.
Yeah, and the question is whether after bishop d5, bishop e8 should be the move or not.
Yeah, this maneuver again, which seemed to work nicely, maybe even directly, no? Or am I blundering? No. Although to give this pass h-pawn, maybe it's a bit risky.
Yeah, at 8:30 p.m. It's dangerous. But of course, in Spain, the night is just the beginning. They don't even serve dinner yet.
Yeah. If you're in the restaurant by 11, you're doing fine.
You're just in time.
I really hope for Ding, by the way, that he found someone to go to dinners with. I hope he's not hanging out in his hotel room all by himself all the time. Because it's strange if you're there without a second or without someone to keep you company, even family or somebody, all by himself. Hope he's having a good time.
Yeah, it's interesting that the candidates tournament, I don't think anybody was in the last many years. I don't think I've seen or I heard that somebody was traveling alone.
Yeah, it's very rare.
He's a little nervous.
Tired.
Nervous, tired. He wants that point. He wants that point. He thinks that he deserves it. He worked for it. He wants it.
His only weakness is hungry and sleepy.
Yeah.
But what's Duda doing? Go bishop d5.
Maybe he's not at the board?
There he is.
Yeah, interesting. What else? What does he think? What is there to play? He's suffering, poor guy.
Yeah.
Having a very hard time.
Whom is he there with? He was working with Gajewski. Was
Gajewski,
Gajewski also joining him there? Yeah.
I saw a picture there from the candidates where I saw Gajewski, yes.
Miton was also with him for a long time. I'm not sure. Still is. He still hasn't come to terms with his position being lost. Hasn't really changed.
It's not that he doesn't understand that he's not lost. He's just
Yeah, but he's still grieving.
of course he's but you have to fight. There is no way.
You have to play bishop d5.
But really, I don't know what he's thinking about.
Okay, 6 he could go, but why would?
And what's the point?
No point. Just looking for other moves that don't lose this pawn instantly.
Yeah, that's an option.
Maybe thinking about this,
but this is rook's.
This is bad news.
Yeah, it's gone. Maybe he wants to go down in time and play
Mess with Ding. Yeah.
To make Ding nervous and make him play fast. That's what he wants. That's the tactics.
His face doesn't say. I'm executing this cunning tactic to make you nervous.
And it's not easy to sit there to waste your time. But I think
6 minutes.
But maybe that's what he's gonna go. He goes down to 2 minutes, let's say. Though it's only 3 moves.
Yeah, it's not gonna work very long, that tactic of his. And I don't think Ding will be too nervous playing king b2, king c3, or whatever. Well, bishop e8 maybe is to think about.
Yeah, that's the question, whether he really goes bishop e8, bishop f7 this plan, or he tries to do it without that and he lets out the black king to f6, which also, I wouldn't like to allow that.
Yeah. Also, since this is a critical moment, this would be the wrong strategy for Duda to think forever here, no? Because in the meantime, now Ding can figure out by himself what he wants to do after bishop d5, which looks like the only move. So it would be better to do it some other moment. No, rough times, like we're being a bit tongue-in-cheek, of course. Duda's an amazing player who's having a rough tournament here. He'll very much be back in the candidates. I will take the 5 minutes that Duda will think about his next move and say goodnight to my daughter. Oh no, and just as I said it, he makes a move. But it wasn't bishop d5. What is this?
Okay,
one. Okay, no, then I gotta stick around. What's he doing? King b2?
It means that after rook a1, your daughter doesn't go to sleep.
I might not catch her anymore. She might be sound asleep. My son already went to sleep an hour ago. King b2. What does he want? Rook b1, king a2, rook b6. Is that his idea? Lure the king to the a file?
And what's
the king unhappy here?
That he's just going to, well, big questions.
Well, nothing wrong with king d2 either, but
no.
Curious what his idea is.
Well, I don't know.
Has to be rook b1.
I would go to
d2. C3 doesn't work. Just to make sure no shenanigans happen here.
Why not to go to d2? e6 is hanging, so you go bishop d5 and I'm already there. No, I go with the king. I think now I've won a temple.
Ding doesn't mind. He goes king b2. Says, okay, rook b1, king a2.
Simply king a2, rook b6, king a3.
Then you walk up the board here. Also after rook b6, there's no bishop c6 yet. That's one way to blunder. Maybe that's the one he's hoping for, but a bit unlikely.
But king a3 is good enough, right?
Yep.
Ah, no, that's what he wants. King a3, rook b1. And still bishop c3 doesn't, c6 doesn't work. So king a4, king a5, and only after that bishop c6 is threat, which is quite good enough.
It's plenty good enough. At some point, the pawn might be captured. Could take, no, just for hard times.
Well, I think probably Duda will not make too many moves already in this position. No, how long will he be able to hang on?
At some point, you also get sick of looking at it. Plus, now, what is there to hope for?
I don't know what is there to hope for.
He does have 3 minutes.
Ding looks at his opponent.
Staring him down. Wow, getting up from the board. Sometimes when you expect your opponent to resign, you stay at the board. No, wait for the.
But you don't
handshake.
expect your opponent to resign. He's not expecting him to resign.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he doesn't think it's over yet, so he gets up.
No. It's not that it's easy to make. King g8 finally.
King g8. King a4.
Changing score sheets, because after move 61, there is new score sheet. Comes.
King j8 was move 60.
Mm-hmm.
So now I will take the excuse that they will get an extra hour. Or
What do you mean
an extra 15 minutes. It's not an extra hour, an extra 15 minutes.
That's
to
true.
rush, say goodnight
That's
to my daughter.
true.
I'll be right back.
So give the mouse to me, please.
Sure.
So let's see what is happening here. King g8, what can be the idea of Duda here? King a4 will be on the board, I think. King a4, white is going to scroll up on the a file and going to push the rook by playing king a5 in the next move. Of course, it's very difficult. You can see also how Duda is struggling. And he knows it, that it's not going to take long, but still it's impossible to resign. You want to fight, you want to hope that something miracle can happen. But it's a big frustration, especially, I mean, you can lose against Ding anytime, right? But looking the tough time he had already in the previous rounds, that makes it much more difficult to handle it. And you can see on his face how much he's not happy with the play he did today, and he knows how much he doesn't have any chance anymore. Still at the same time, fighting with himself. I think fighting with himself more, whether to resign now or a bit later. Maybe he even sees something or thinks that there was an opportunity he missed. And that's what he's kind of angry at himself. But definitely he's expressing his mood his frustration. And you see Ding that he takes it as serious as if it would be just in a middle game. He knows that he still has to focus until the game is over. He has 30 minutes while Jan-Krzysztof has 16 minutes, but it's not the time which will determine the end of the game. For me, it was always interesting to see the players' body language and also what they think, how they look at the opponent, how they look. And Black resigned. So finally, after this 5 hours and 45 minutes of fight, Duda could not stand it anymore. He thought there is no hope anymore. Whatever he's going to be doing, Ding is going to be winning. You see Ding still at the board. Duda is very much frustrated, very unhappy with himself. And without discussing the end of the game, after the game, they are both leaving from this hall where everybody finished already quite a few hours ago, I must say, or at least an hour already. So let's wrap it up, see what has happened today in the key game between Fabiano and Nepomniachtchi. That was the game where everybody was watching, and it was a fantastic preparation for Fabiano. It was something very exceptional. This is what we know from Fabiano, and this is what we expect him. We expect him his great preparation. He gave a very difficult time to Nepo in the opening, but Nepomniachtchi is dealing extremely well with the surprises, and he managed to escape in the just few moves from here. It was bishop check, rook e8, bishop f4, and while the d6 knight is hanging, he went the intermediate move knight c5, attacking the bishop on d3. Here, after knight e7, king f7, it started to become very complicated, and Fabiano could not find the very best move, and then later on it slipped away, and this was the final position. There was a perpetual check. Then we had another very interesting game by Firuza Alireza, won his first game against Richard Rapport. The critical moment was when Richard played this, there was a pawn sacrifice done by Firuza. Definitely we felt that he wanted to win today. He wanted so desperately to win already yesterday, but now in this game, finally, he won a game. Then we had Rajabov playing against Nakamura. It was a very strange game, I must say, because it was a very strange opening, and already at a very early stage, move 14, both of the players had double pawns, but then somehow Rajabov collected extra pawn, and he was able to convert it, and the a4 pawn actually went all the way, and he won. He gave this checkmate on the f file. And then the last game, Ding Liren also collected his first victory today. So after round 9 of the Candidates 2022, we have only one player who did not win a single game yet. And now let's see what is the standing of the candidates, because we have a big match, big tournament. And still there is a huge race. Jan Nepomniachtchi has 6.5 points, having a 1 point lead ahead of Fabiano. So today's draw was so important for him to keep this lead. And then Hikaru Nakamura was joined by Ding Liren. Finally, he's in the top part of the tournament. So they are 4.5, but they are behind 1 point from Fabiano and 2 points from the leader. And then we have 4 points, Taimur Rajabov finally collecting his first win, as well as Alireza, and Rapport has also 4 points because he lost today. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda has a very difficult tournament, being in the 8th place of the event. And well, thanks very much for watching us. I think we are not going to wait for Jan, but we wish you happy FIDE for tomorrow. And don't forget to come with us and join the commentary for the 10th round, which is going to be exceptional and great fun with great things. And actually, Jan just came back, so I wanted to say goodbye from our audience. Thanks, Jan.
Hi, everybody.
And enjoy Chess 24 and all the opportunities there, and get Jan's course on E4, E5, how you have to play. And then if you want to look some other things, you can see my course also, but keep on having fun with chess, and see you on the round 10. Bye.
The Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double edge.
In this video, we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight off.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.